Morning, everybody. Welcome to ED&A. This is the committee orientation. First, we're going to spend a while getting to introduce ourselves, and then we will have a presentation from the retirement system, which is one of the topics we deal with, followed by questions. And after lunch, we will have a performance audit of the dental board, which will give us a chance to meet the performance auditors and the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, which is one of the agencies we deal with extensively. So, and general topics, our office is outside the room. Everyone has a drawer there and is welcome to use the desks and computers. There's also coffee. Help yourself. If you're going to be drinking a lot, contributions are expected. I'm Carol McGuire. I'm in my 8th term, all but one on ED&A, and this is my 4th time as chairman. And so I know what the way I like to do things. I can make arrangements otherwise. So seating assignments have been set on the basis that we have at least 3 people who have never been on ED&A before, plus 6 newly elected representatives. I didn't want them all clumped because sitting next to somebody is a way to learn something. If you really dislike your seat, let me know and I'll see if I can change it. I'm passing around a pad. I'd like to know your preferred email and a phone number I can at least leave messages on. I tend to send out information by email, and the official ED&A list is not always looked at frequently enough. So, and we will go around to our left. Turn your mic on and
Hello, my name is Shane Sarway, and I represent Hillsborough County District 32, which is New Ipswich, Wilton, and Temple.
Representative Sherwa has graciously volunteered to be our committee clerk because Representative Sitek has moved on to a different committee. So be gentle with him.
Hi everyone. I'm Representative Jackie Grota. I'm from Rye, New Hampshire. This is my 3rd term and my 3rd term on ED&A.
Good morning, Representative Jeff Goley, representing Hillsborough 21, Manchester, Ward 1.
Good morning, Representative Kimberly Abear, representing Pelham, New Hampshire, Hillsborough 1, and this is my first time as a representative. Thank you.
Representative Tony Lekis, Hillsborough 38, that's Hudson and Litchfield. It's start of my 3rd term and the start of my 2nd on ED&A.
Jason Gerhard, 1st term. Excited. Oh, I'm sorry, Northfield Franklin.
Matt Santanastaso told me he's won't be able to be here today. So moving over to the other Matt, or one of the other Matt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Matt Wilhelm, represent Hillsborough District 40, which is Manchester, Ward 1, 3, 10, 11, and 12. So Representative Goley and I represent one another.
Good morning, Chris True, Rockingham 9, that's the big city of Sandown, New Hampshire. I'm on my 5th term. I've been on transportation and criminal justice. This is my 1st term on ED&A.
Good morning, Representative Michael O'Brien from Nashua, District 10, which is basically Ward 9, and time moves fast, 8 terms. Thank you.
Daniel Fitzpatrick, Rochester,
first time in partisan politics and my first term as a rep. Thank you.
Peter Schmidt, I represent Ward 1 in Dover. This is my 9th term, I think, on EDNA, and my 11th term in the House.
Fred Davis, Ward 4, Hillsborough District 31 in Nashua. It's my second term, my first time on eDNA. My first term was on State and Fed.
Good morning. Glenn Bailey, Stratford 2, which is Milton, and Ward 5 of Rochester. This is my second time as a rep and second time on eDNA.
Representative Matt Simon, Littleton, New Hampshire. I represent Grafton District 1, 6 towns in the greater Littleton area. This is my second term in the House, my first on eDNA.
Representative Shuett.
Thank you. The one who came tripping in late. Diane Shuett, I represent Pembroke, Merrimack District 12, and this is beginning my 7th term in the House, and I believe my 4th term on eDNA.
Good morning. You are? Gould. Okay, you are Gould, right there between those two handsome gentlemen. If you would introduce yourself so we can remember who you are.
Hi, my name is Sherry Gould, and I'm Merrimack District 8 from Warren, New Hampshire. Happy to be here.
All right, excellent. I'd also like to introduce our committee researcher, who is Brad Green.
I'm Brad Greenland. I've been here for the fourth session. First time in the and my office provides especially for this meeting, the chair, anything from state service to background legislative streets, and you're up on the fourth floor.
Okay. Our committee assistant is Carrie Morris, and she sits outside room 302. So it's down the hall a bit, but she will take care of us. What else? eDNA normally has established subcommittees that work on specific topics. For example, there will be one on pensions and one on licensing. And this year we'll have one on organization, which will be focused on OPLC, because I happen to know we're going to be getting a 90-page bill that reorganizes OPLC. And so we will need to look at that in subcommittee. So I'd be interested in finding out which of those committees you'd be interested in serving on if you have a strong preference. Representatives Simon, Lekes, Grota, and Shuett will be the chairs of those subcommittees. Simon for pensions, Lekes for licensing, Grota for organization, and Shuett for the other subcommittee, which we'll be picking up wherever necessary. So if anyone has a strong preference, I'd love to hear it. Oh, wow, how polite. What?
You get to choose.
Yeah, well, I've made a draft, but I'm more than welcome, because there's a lot of people here I don't know well, which is unusual. Last term, well, we had a couple of newbies, but I'd met most of them. This term, we've got an assortment of people, and I don't know all of them. So, okay. All right, and that's right. Other than that, I think that's mostly what I had. So if anyone would like to comment on why they chose eDNA, I'd love to hear it, or you have any questions? Representative Bailey, you're just being quiet. Yeah, Representative Abear and
It's the
then
devil
Likas.
I know.
Could be.
Representative McGuire, Ms. Chairman, I was very interested, whereas I am a first-time representative, to study under a chair that has experience and also keeps things very orderly. I was raised by an old Marine, so I know how to be short and to the point, and I heard you are too. So I wanted to study under you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Likas?
Thank you. I know we don't necessarily know all the bills we have, but do you have some a prediction for what the schedule's going to look like?
We have this room on Wednesdays and Thursdays. I believe we are going to be getting something like 70 bills. There's only 19 in our possession right now. This Wednesday and Thursday, I've scheduled some of what I hope will be less contentious ones. So we should be able to get them off our plate. As far as, and then I don't know when the others are coming, other than that OPLC reorganization bill, which will be coming probably toward the end of the month. I gave them a deadline of the 20th, and I don't expect them to beat it. And as far as other things, I'd like to schedule executive sessions relatively often. If we have a hearing and it's obvious to most of us that we know what we want to do with the bill, I'll ask Representative Grote to make a motion and we can exec it right there. If it turns out that it is not obvious, we can stop the executive session, go think about it some more. But if we can get through some bills on Wednesday, I'd be delighted. Representative Gould.
Hi, sorry, I was filling out the paperwork when you asked about why
That's
we
okay.
were asked to be on the committee. So this is my first time. I was asked by the Democratic Party to run for rep, which wasn't anything I had thought about doing ever. I'm an independent, a lifelong independent, and I'm an enrolled member of the Abenaki, the Mohegan Band of the Abenaki Nation. So as I thought about it, talked to my husband about it, there are, frequently bills, not frequently, occasionally bills come before this committee that my observation has been that can be confusing and perplexing for committee members, the public in general, the Abenaki people. And so I thought that I could do some good maybe that way to help, just to help move things along, whatever. So here I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What else? Yeah. Yeah. A large part of our work is totally nonpartisan. I mean, how you organize things is not, isn't or shouldn't be a partisan issue. We sometimes get divided on licensing, but more often, if we have a split in the committee, it's on a totally different issue than political party, which I think is nice. There's some committees where partisan issues dominate, and and that's hard to work with. Okay. Good heavens, sorry. Yeah, Representative Wilhelm.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I got my master's degree in public administration, which is studying the efficiency and effectiveness of government. And so I'm excited to think about ways to put that to work and bring different perspectives to the table.
Excellent. That's very useful. My own experience is entirely in private business, so which has different issues than public. All right. Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had already served on a couple of other committees in my first several years in the legislature. And when Terry Norelli became the speaker about
07.
Yeah,
No,
a
7.
long time ago. I didn't put down a preference because I didn't want to go back to the first committee I'd been on. And I left it up to her, and she wanted to put me on a special committee that this committee, the new members will be unfamiliar with the name, but it's an important committee, and its work comes up in this committee pretty often. And Terry Norelli wanted to put me on JELCAR, we call it, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, and it has a lot of overlap with issues that are dealt with by EDNA. So she put me on both of them. So Representative McGuire is the chair, or will be shortly, if she isn't already. I think we elected you in your absence at our last meeting. Not because the dominant rule is, if the person is out of the room, you elect them chair, but because she had been chair of JELCAR several times previously, and it's the House's term. So we serve on JELCAR together already for about 8 years together, I think, along with Representative Schuett was temporarily, and maybe once again will be on.
I think you're an alternate, right? You're on JELCAR this term, Diane? JELCAR?
I have actually asked to be excused from that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Representative Groda, I think, is on JELCAR. Okay. It's always a little bit of a scramble at the beginning of a new session because new people come on all these standing committees, but there's a few old war horses like Representative Schmidt and myself that are pretty consistent on that committee. Yep, Representative Gerhard.
Madam Chair, this is going to sound kind of, I'm serious though. Do we go on any field trips? In the sense of we're supposed to be monitoring the executive departments and administration. Do we actually engage in?
We have been known to. If something comes up that you think would be a worthwhile field trip, let me know. We've been to PEAS, we've been to the Secure Psychiatric Unit, and a couple of other places. It's not as good as, say, recreation, but we do go to an occasional field trip.
Because I went to the county orientation to the Merrimack nursing home and the county jail. It was pretty interesting and informative. So if that is an option, I would sign up for.
Okay, well,
thank you very much.
Leo, if you see something that you think merits a field trip, we'll arrange for it. We also have this room on Fridays in case of sessions, which are on Thursday, but I hope not to schedule very much on Fridays. The subcommittee chairs can use Fridays and mornings. I don't believe starting too early because it's inconsiderate for people that have to come a long way. But the mornings and late afternoons are available, even on days we have a pretty hefty workload for
Madam Chair,
committees. Yes, ma'am.
if I can just put my 2 cents worth in for the benefit of the new members of the committee. I always describe ED&A as a nuts and bolts committee. We kind of look at all aspects of state government, and I guarantee you, new members especially, you will learn an awful lot about how our state works that you didn't know before. Thank you.
Yes, you will learn about obscure and probably deservedly obscure sections of the state. I've spent a lot of time working on specifications for wood stoves, slaughterhouse regulation, and smoke alarms. That was my first introduction. Representative Lekis.
And I spent way more time than I ever expected on grease traps. A whole subcommittee on them.
That's it. Yes, we get oddball stuff, which is nice. Okay, and yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those of you who don't know, the secure psychiatric unit is located currently for a limited amount of time because the state is building a new forensic hospital, which will be available in a couple of years. But at the moment, the secure psychiatric unit is in the state prison, very unhappily for the last 35 or 36 years. And so a number of us have worked for quite some time on getting it out of there because it's not a good arrangement. Prevents it from being able to be accredited and puts corrections officers in many cases as overseers of people who are mentally ill, and sometimes that doesn't work out well. So, so I hope we will never have to go back to the state prison again to see the secure psychiatric unit. We'll do a tour of New Hampshire Hospital, where the forensic hospital will be built. But that won't be for a couple of years. So.
Okay, yeah. Representative Gould.
I was being transparent and giving you my most unique feature for the committee, but I should say that my professional career was in child welfare and
In what?
child welfare.
Oh, okay.
And I ran residential programs under contract for DCYF, but then I worked for DCYF on the information system. I was the person who interpreted social work practice to the computer programmers for bridges, the hated bridges. In fact, on 9/11, I was here at a hearing talking about how we stored data. So in my role in DCYF, of course, and working in the state office, I was trained about the whole sausage making process and and how laws become policy and policy become procedure. And my role was most frequently in working on the procedure for the DCYF component. And I really hope we do get to go to the psychiatric secure unit to visit. My grandson is there, and I haven't been able to visit him. So I'm very interested in working on any of those issues, Madam Chair, and I wanted
Okay.
you to know I had those.
Excellent. Well, if you're familiar with IT, I've seen that we're going to be getting a bunch of bills on open source software and other requirements. So anyone knowing anything about that will be valuable, because a large numbers of us don't. Anybody else have a few tidbits? Well, thank you all for being brief and open. And since we've got a minute or two, I'll introduce our next speaker. It's Mr. Marty Carlin, who is the Public Information Officer for the State Retirement System. He's a frequent visitor and is the best source of information on the retirement system. So he'll give us a short presentation and then be open for questions. Oh, excellent. We haven't met yet. So that'll
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. I'm here with our Executive Director, Jan Goodwin, today, and we'll be walking through a slide presentation. You have a copy of it in the folder, the NHRS folder on your at your spots on the table. We're glad to answer questions along the way and as well as at the end, and obviously follow-ups as we go through the session. I think you'll be sick of me in about 2 or 3 weeks with the number of retirement-related bills introduced in the House this year. Along with the slide deck, there's some other couple of other pieces of information in the packet. These are some documents called NHRS Now You Know, which try to put in as plain English as we can some of the more complicated topics we hear about from members and lawmakers and employers, pension liability, COLAs, things like that. So that's just the supplemental information, and there's also a fact sheet that we're also going to be dropping off at the House clerk's office, so you may get a second one in your mailbox in a couple of days as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Goodwin to get us started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marty, for getting us started, and thank you very much, Chair McGuire, for welcoming us to your committee. We look forward to presenting a great deal of information about NHRS and how it works. Before I do that, though, I would like to turn to two of my colleagues who have recently joined NHRS. Marie Mullen is our Director of Finance. You may recognize her. She used to be the Director of Finance for the Department of Transportation. And then secondly, on her right is Reynald Levesque. He is our new Chief Investment Officer. He's filling the very large shoes that Larry Johansson left when he retired as our Director of Investments. And Reynald has been with us since the beginning of October. So we've got a lot of new faces from NHRS, but our mission and vision remains the same. We do have a formal presentation to give you, but as Marty noted, please feel free to jump in. I'm sure to the newer members of the committee, you're going to be learning a lot of jargon, which you haven't been exposed to before, and NHRS, like every other entity in the state, has a lot of its own jargon. A lot of it has to do with either investments or with actuarial matters. And so if we're not doing a good job defining things as we go along, please just say you'd like some clarification, because our job is to answer questions.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that feedback. So on page 2 of the presentation, you will see the map of all the different areas we're going to be touching on today. Brief overview. Marty's going to walk through membership and benefits. Then I'll talk about investments. Marty will go back and discuss contributions and funding and legislation, and then I'll providing a wrap-up summary at the end. And at the end of the materials, there's a number of appendices that we'll be referring to during our presentation, which have a lot of good background information for you. So let's jump in. Page 3. So NHRS is a contributory multi-employer defined benefit plan and was established in 1967. Contributory means that the members, the employees, make contributions. And so our members make a substantial proportion of the total contributions that are received for their benefits. So NHRS, in addition to providing a retirement benefit, also provides disability and death benefits, as well as post-retirement medical subsidy to eligible members and beneficiaries. And once members attain eligibility, which is referred to as vesting, they can receive a guaranteed lifetime pension. And the pension benefits are funded through the employee as well as the employer contributions and the investment income. And traditionally, the investment returns have provided the majority of the monies that go and pay our members their benefits and their beneficiaries. So if you could turn to page 4 of your packet, it shows that NHRS is a component unit of state government overseen by a board of trustees. And the board of trustees has a role, and as does the independent investment committee, and they're both groups are fiduciaries. The legislature, that is you are our plan sponsor. And our staff implements the statutes and rules and policies. But in addition to state law, we also have to be concerned with federal law. That's where the Internal Revenue Code comes in. We are what's known as a qualified pension plan. That means that the contributions that go into the plan are on a pre-tax basis to the members, And the investment income that accrues on those earnings during the employee's working career are not taxed until such time as the members retire and receive their pension benefits. So being a qualified plan is a big deal and has serious tax consequences. And that's why we always are concerned that we are following the Internal Revenue Code as well as New Hampshire state law. Then there's also the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 36A, which states that the funds are for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits for our members. And it requires the board to certify employer rates based on sound actuarial practice. The board just did that this summer. They just certified the rates for fiscal years 24 and 25. And Marty later on in the presentation will be discussing what those rates are. And it also requires, and this is the hard part, is that the employers have to pay the rates that have been certified. You've probably heard either as a legislator or even as a citizen that there are many states in the country that in the US that have large unfunded pension liabilities. The main reason why those states have those liabilities is because they never paid the contributions that were required. So examples of that are New Jersey, Illinois, and Kentucky are the poster children for not paying contributions. Fortunately, New Hampshire has been disciplined and makes those contributions. The next slide is slide 5. And so one of the key fiduciary duties for our trustees is to make sure that our plan is adequately funded. And this equation is the hallmark equation of pension plans. Contributions plus investment income over time must equal benefit payments plus the expenses. And the reason why this all works is the compounding of interest income and dividend income on the investments. Albert Einstein, the famous mathematician, rightly said that compounding interest is the 8th wonder of the world. And that's what makes our pension plan and all other pension plans work. It's getting the money in on time, having a good investment plan, and executing that plan. As of June 30, 2022, our trust fund assets stood at $10.75 billion. The next slide is slide 6, and this shows how our assets have grown steadily over time. As you can see, we did have a bit of a dip, well, actually before the slide, with the 2008-2009, and we've been our assets have been climbing steadily after that. And these assets that are reflected here, these are the fair market value of the assets. Our actuaries, when they present information and present different metrics, they like to use a smooth value of our assets because, as you can see on this slide, the numbers can jump up and down a bit. As you can see, the precipitous decline that we had in this past fiscal year, which was a very challenging year in investments. And at this point, I will turn things over to Marty.
Thank you, Jan. So slide 7, just some recent NHRS initiatives. The system is in the midst of a multi-year project to upgrade its core pension administration system, basically the brain of the retirement system that calculates all the benefits and does all that. Our current system was put in 2003. So anyone who deals with software or large applications realizes that that's extremely elderly. So we're moving to a newer, more secure web-based version of that platform. So that's been a significant internal piece as we head towards the end of this year. We hope to be switching over. Cybersecurity enhancements and training have been a priority for a number of years, and that's ongoing again. Anybody who reads a headline realizes, you know, different security threats and bad actors out there in the world. And we've got two things that a lot of people want. Money and personal information. So we work very hard to train the staff and also to protect us with technological solutions and human solutions to try to prevent something like that from affecting us. Enhanced education and outreach. We've always done member education. We've been adding different programs targeted for members in different stages of their careers, additional employer presentations on different niches and public education. Typically what we do in the first year of a session is after we do this presentation for any committee who'll hear us in the House or Senate, you know, we open this up for, you know, employers and members and retirees to come, and we'll give them the same presentation over at the office in a few weeks. So, you know, we think that, you know, there's a lot of maybe misconceptions or misunderstanding of how the retirement system works. So we want to be out front, you know, defining what the facts are so people can at least have reasonable disagreements based on the underlying facts. And then it's just celebrated its second anniversary, but we created a contact center for incoming calls and emails a couple years ago that's been very successful in cutting down on people, you know, being left in voicemail limbo or on hold, things like that. The folks there are trained to answer, was it about 80-ish or 90% of the questions on the first call rather than having to transfer. So that's some of the things we've been up to. The next slide is a historical slide. And, you know, one thing is, you know, the past is always close. And there are a lot of decisions made in the past that are affecting where we are right now as a retirement system. And honestly, I could go back and do 4 slides going back to the 70s if you'd like, but I'm not going to do that right now for this committee. But since 2007, over the last 15 or so years, there's been some major changes to NHRS. Beginning in 2007, the legislature changed the way the actuaries calculate our funding and our liabilities and our rate. I'll go into a little history about what happened in the 90s when we get into the employer rates, but essentially this was a reset to the most commonly and currently only acceptable way to calculate our funding. There was a sort of a method in place prior to that undercharged employers essentially, but that was corrected by the legislature in 2007. Through legislation, the Independent Investment Committee was created in 2009. Previously, the board had done, you know, the investment nitty-gritty of, you know, hiring and firing and monitoring managers, and the legislature created a separate committee that had non-trustee members as well as a couple of trustees, and all of the members have to have significant experience in finance or institutional investment. So we got a group of professionals together, and they've actually grown the fund quite well over the last 13 years, and Jan's got a slide about that later on. 2010, this was enacted in 2007, but a 30-year closed amortization of our pension liabilities, and we'll talk about liabilities a lot throughout this presentation, but the legislature we're going to start paying this debt off now, and it's going to be done by 2039. Before it was a rolling amortization, so you're really never paying it off. You're almost refinancing every 2 years, just rolling the debt forward and forward. So the closed amortization was a big one. And in 2011, the board lowered our investment assumption from 8.5 to 7 3/4. There were subsequent reductions over the last 10 years to the current 6.75. This is a reflection both of, you know, sort of the reality of markets. Things were a lot more volatile than they were even 10 years ago, investment-wise, and fixed income investing with interest rates historically low for so long. You know, there was rebalancing, and you couldn't count on your fixed income to bring in, you know, 5-6% like you could, you know, in the 90s and the early 2000s. So that was sort of a recognition of, you know, what a realistic number would be. 2011 HB2. There's a House bill too. Every 2 years, it's the budget trailer bill. But this 2011 HB2 contained, you know, about 25 pages of changes to NHRS. There was a standalone Senate bill that was vetoed by the governor and reinserted into HB2. But essentially, this increased member contributions, reduce benefit accruals for some current and future members, changed the composition of our board, eliminated the state subsidy for local employer retirement costs, and many other changes that folks will be talking to about this session with some legislation coming up. So that was by far the biggest change since the system was created back in the 60s, the changes in 2011. Because of the significance of those changes, a number of court cases were brought by affected parties, and the Supreme Court essentially upheld the legislature's purview to prospectively change, benefit provisions for members. In a series of decisions that were released over between 14 and 16. Again, we talked about the changes to the assumed rate of return, and in 2017, there was something called the Decennial Commission. The first commission of this type met in 2007. There'll be another one in 2027. It's a statutory committee, and Chair McGuire was on it. It's charged with looking at the long-term viability of the retirement system and looking back at the last 10 years and at where we are going forward. That is not just the legislative committee. There were members, retirees, members of the public, and employer representatives on there as well. And that committee met through the fall of 17 and issued a fairly lengthy report that is available on the general court website under special committees, and we have a copy on our site if anybody's ever interested in a link. Representative McGuire.
I have a hard copy.
Know how to get it to you. So that's sort of the lay of the land of where we've been over the last 10 years. And I'm going to switch gears to slide 9 for a brief overview
Just
of
a second.
benefits.
Are there there aren't any questions? There will be a quiz. Representative Wilhelm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to slide 4, I'm just curious about the makeup of both the Board of Trustees and the Investment Committee. How are those members appointed?
Do you want to take that? There's actually in the appendices, there's a list of the membership in the back. The Board of Trustees is 4 members of the public nominated by the governor, confirmed by the council. There's 4 active member employees, one from each of the 4 member groups: employee, teacher, police, and fire. And those are nominated by employee organizations, and then they go through the governor and council. The employers have basically the same layout. The counties, the municipalities, the school districts, and the state has 1 employer representative, and then the treasurer is ex officio as the 13th member of the board. The IIC all are confirmed by governor and council. The board chair names the trustee members of the investment committee, and the others, again, are non-trustees, so they come from outside, and that's page 35 and 36. Thanks.
Representative Hebert.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. My question may be more nuts and bolts than it needs to be, and if it is, just let me know. Okay, thank you. So my question is with regard to the plan. Is there a reason why there's more of a CAF plan instead of an after-tax plan for our retirees? In other words, with tax rates going up higher and higher and higher, these people are contributing before tax money, meaning that as it grows and as the tax base grows, that they won't be able to compound as much.
Representative Hebert, employees pay a fixed percentage of salary toward the pension. There are also other plans where they can make pre and post tax contributions if they wish. Those are all voluntary and not under the purview of the retirement system.
Thank you.
I think in general terms too, the pensions are lower than what they're making as an active employee, so they may be in a lower bracket if they're taxed on the post-retirement income.
Yeah. Representative True.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On slide 8, it shows the reduced rate of return being lowered a number of times. How does that affect the retirement system, the reduced rate?
Basically, the member contributions are a fixed amount coming in. It's a statutory rate that the members pay in. And the other two revenue streams are employer contributions and investment income. So if the expectation is investment income is decreasing, that's going to increase employer contributions.
Because we use that rate of return to calculate what our unfunded liability is. And so the lower the assumed rate of return, the higher the unfunded liability. And as Marty said, that's what drives the need to increase the employer contribution rates because they have to be paid. We are in the process of amortizing the bulk of our unfunded liability within a 30-year period.
Thank you.
It also makes them more accurate and more likely to be achieved, which is why they're being lowered. Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Woman. Sorry. Just quick question. I can research my own time, but what happened prior to 67? Did the state not have a retirement system?
It had 4 separate retirement systems for police, fire, teachers, and state employees. They had separate boards, separate funding methods. They consolidated them.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the UAL. Where is that at the present moment?
Just under 5.7 billion.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Thank you. I'm wondering if this is the proper time for Mr. Carlin to describe why the municipalities are involved in the retirement system.
As a follow-on to Representative Gerhard's question, yes, that would be appropriate.
Yeah, the predecessor systems, which were all set up probably in the sort of 1938 to 42 range, they were referred to as permanent police men and permanent firemen, because back then that's what they were. But so any municipality who had teachers, police, or fire, could contribute for their full-time employees into this system. The employee retirement system was more of a state employee retirement system, but municipalities had the option to join, and that carried over into when we were consolidated. I'm not sure how many municipalities were in the predecessor systems back in the 40s and 50s, but it was originally a state employees retirement system. I think that's what it was referred to. So that's carried over in our law, RSA 100A. If you participation in the retirement system is mandatory for full-time, permanent police, fire, and teachers, and for employees of the state and for municipalities in which they've opted to join the retirement system. Some communities, the smaller towns up north, may have never had full-time employees or maybe never joined. Some may offer a supplemental retirement plan, some may not. The city of Manchester has its own city employees retirement system that's been around for a long time. So Manchester teachers, police, and fire are in the system, but employees are not. Nashua DPW, I know we got a few Nashua folks on here, have their own retirement plan as well. But most of the other municipal employers that aren't in NHRS do more of like sort of the defined contribution route or nothing. Does that answer your question, Representative? Or okay.
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. If you are going to address this later in the presentation, you can defer answering it, but could you explain how we ended up with an unfunded liability?
We'll defer that, but that's definitely a big part of it.
Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Collin, I wonder if you could, in 1967, the enticement for all the municipalities was, you wanted them to buy into this particular system. And there was theoretically a promise that the state would pay 35%. And over the years from past legislators, that has dropped down. Can you tell us the current amount that the state contributes to the municipalities, and how, in addition to that, the UAAL affects that to the municipalities?
Well, to answer your second question first, the UAL is part of the employer contribution rate. And any of paying down the liability is completely on the employer side. The members are pre-funding their own benefit, but that money is going towards their benefit. So the employers pay the bulk of pay all of the unfunded, and we've got some slides that'll show how large a percentage that is of the total rate later on in the presentation. Currently, there is no state contribution offset for teachers, police, and fire. As Representative O'Brien said, it had been a 35% for a number of decades. Last year, there was a bill for a one-time reimbursement of 7.5% of local teacher, police, and fire contributions out of the general fund. That was a one-time reimbursement.
Representative O'Brien, you will be pleased to know that there is a bill this year to resume that contribution, and it has been vacated from this committee and sent directly to Finance. It doesn't affect the retirement system because it just defines who pays the amount set by the retirement system. So we're not going to be dealing with it, thank God.
Although very disappointed, but thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought you'd like to know because you were, you won the, I think it was 6 PIs on that in 2021.
Madam Chair, when you're good, you're good.
Anyway, yes, you're the expert on that one. Okay, sorry about that. Any other questions at this point? All right, Representative Gould.
I'm terrible with acronyms. My husband's been quizzing me, helping me with eDNA, and I've got that one down. Can you tell me what UAL stands for?
Unfunded actuarial accrued liability,
Okay, thank you.
or unfunded liability for short.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll jump into benefits, which is slide 9. And again, as there are a lot of new members for the folks who are here, they've had some of these terms tattooed on their wrists for many years. But we have 2 membership groups in the retirement system. Group 1 consists of employees and teachers. And Group 2 consists of police and fire. And under the police umbrella, the definition also includes state and county correctional employees, generally speaking. So we have 461 participating employers. The state of New Hampshire is obviously the largest with about 22 or 23% of the total membership. But we have large employees like Nashua, and very small employees like public libraries, housing authorities, water districts up north, mutual aid compacts, things like that. So there's a real gamut in the size of our employers. The next slide, slide 10, just shows a breakdown of active and retired members and beneficiaries by group. As you'll see there on slide 10, employees are about half of the active membership and a little bit less than half of the retired membership. Teachers make up 35 to 37%, and police and fire combined make up about 12% of the actives and a slightly higher percentage of the retired population. There are younger retirement ages for Group 2 police and fire, so that's why the numbers are a little higher there. And below the chart, it just shows the active, you divided those 48,687 members together, you'd get a 46-year-old who with 11.4 years of service. And the average retiree in the aggregate is 71.7, average benefit of $21,862 per year. That's going to differ between the 4 member groups, and we do have a slide coming up that'll show the average benefit by individual group. On slide 11, last fiscal year, our fiscal year ends June 30th, like the state, and we paid out $914 million in pension benefits. So we'll be able to boast $1 billion payroll within a year or two, the way we're tracking. And in the same period, we paid out $43.8 million in what's called a medical subsidy payment. This is an insurance premium offset that goes to reduce the out-of-pocket insurance costs for eligible members getting insurance from the employer they retired from. This is a closed program, and nobody's there's only a handful of people who are working and still eligible in Group 2, but it is another benefit that the legislature granted back in the 80s and had closed down several years past. And about 80% of our retirees live in New Hampshire. So that $914 million, most of that money stays in the state economy. They're paying their property taxes with it. They're going out to eat and paying their rooms and meals tax. They're hiring somebody to, clean their furnace, whatever. So there is an economic, besides the cost, through municipalities, through property taxes for retirement, there's also a positive economic impact from these benefits staying in New Hampshire. The next slide shows the benefits by county paid last year. So obviously, as you might expect, the southern counties have the larger population of retirees, but even COAS, retirees up there get $22.6 million, which is a positive. Slide 13, talking about how the benefits are determined. We have 4 different types of retirement, and sometimes when changes are proposed to these, the committee will look at different modifications. But the 4 types are service retirement, which is the most common. That's, you're old enough, you put in your paperwork, and you begin collecting your benefit. Most of our members go out on service retirement. We also have disability benefits, job-related and non-job related, that people can qualify for. Oh,
Thank you, Marty. Before we get away from it, I want to come back to the thing about paid by county. Do I understand correctly that the figures don't really have anything to do with anything other than where the people live that are getting the benefit? It doesn't say anything about where they ever worked. It's where they live.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you'll notice that Rockingham County has less than one might expect, probably because it's cheaper to move up north when you're retired. Son of Abear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see on slide number 12 that it's where everybody lives, and I did kind of preview through the slides. Is there any comparison where a lot of our border towns are losing firemen and police across the border because of some of our benefits? Is there any state comparison in your presentation today?
No. We just have our own data, so we wouldn't be able to track that. How many New Hampshire residents are working in, Methuen or wherever, things like that. We wouldn't have that data to track.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would I be in order to assist the representative in answering her point?
Sure.
So that you know, I'm also Vice President of the Board of Aldermen in Nashua. We do have a hard time in hiring, and it is one of the old adages of, the job may stink, particularly being a cop or a fireman, but the bennies were always good, and there has been somewhat of a downcrease. So there is some problems. There's also many other different things that Mr. Collins is not going to answer, but today's generation is different too, and don't really seek that type of work like they used to.
Okay. Does that help? We'll go on. Please.
Maybe Representative O'Brien, we could take that conversation offline later. We do have some challenges. Thank you.
Yes, there are many challenges in hiring public employees these days. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So back to slide 13, we talked about service and disability retirement. There's also an early retirement option. Folks can begin collecting before their full retirement age at a permanently reduced amount. Not a lot of people do that, but it is there. Invested deferred retirement. This is where someone has worked at least 10 years with a retirement system employer, and they stop working for that employer or for a participating employer before they reach their retirement age. If they keep their contributions with the retirement system, they can come back to us when they age into retirement eligibility and collect a benefit based on the prior service. So those are the 4 types. There are different benefit provisions for Group 1 and Group 2. That's always been the case since the plan was set up. And since 2011, there have been different benefit provisions based on the vested status and hire date of the member in each group. For more than a decade now, we would refer to people who were vested prior to January 1st of 2012, members who were in the system prior to July 1st of 2011, but not yet vested on January 1st of 12, and anyone hired on or after July 1st of 2011. As part of our pension upgrade, and also because it no longer makes sense this far out to keep doing that, we're actually going to be sort of renaming the benefits as Tier A, B, and C there. So it may be an easier shorthand way for people to save those mouthfuls going forward. We've rolled that nomenclature out to employers already, and we're going to be sharing it with the membership.
And
next
we will
month.
get the opportunity to delve into these differences because I've seen at least 3 bills that appear to be affecting them.
And regardless of what group you're in or what tier, the pension benefits are determined by statutory formulas. So that look at creditable service, how long someone has worked in months and years, average final compensation, which is going to be their highest 3 or their highest 5 years of income, depending on which tier they're in, and then a benefit multiplier, and that there's 7 different multipliers in group 2, and there's 2 in group 1. So, you know, there's a lot of distinctions in there. I mean, essentially, what there's a lot there, and as Representative McGuire said, there's several bills looking at tweaking some of that. So, I'll save you some time for the details there, but we certainly will probably delve into them. Slide 14. This is the slide I referenced a little earlier. Average benefit by group. Employee, teacher, police, and fire. The benefit formulas are generate a higher benefit for police and fire, but also these members don't pay into Social Security, nor does their employer. So that's part of the recognition for the benefit structure. I think the job is also a recognition for the retirement eligibilities and things like that. One thing you see with, this question?
No, actually, it's a comment.
Oh.
One thing you'll notice is that nearly all police and fire have full careers. A significant number of employees do not work full careers for a participating employer. They may work 10, well, at least 10, and then go somewhere else, or they may spend 10 years working for the state and going on somewhere. So there's a lot more turnover in group 1 than in group 2, where if there is turnover, they'll go from the Epsom Police Department to the Manchester Police Department, where there's more opportunities or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Those public safety and teaching jobs seem to be sort of callings, their vocations, you know, and we see at least half of our teachers retire with more than 25 years, many with 30. And, police and fire, similarly, the firefighters tend to work a couple years longer on average in terms of years of service they retire with than police. That's been a trend for a while.
Well, I think everybody that's new to this has to understand that you can be a teacher until you're quite far along in age. Police and fire are a young man's game. You really don't want to be a police officer chasing somebody down an alley at 55 years of age or running up and down a ladder at 55 years of age. So they have much shorter careers by physical necessity.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Thank you.
Slide 15 just shows sort of a breakdown by amount. Our average, the average annual benefit is a little bit under 22, but more than a quarter of our folks receiving a benefit now get a annual benefit of under 10,000, 64% under 25, and 93% under 50,000 a year. So, typically this is the time of year we get requests for, pension lists, from different outlets.
Someone didn't silence their phone. What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I said, is that a food bank contribution?
We don't know. Yeah, the other point is that these averages also include people who retired 50 odd years ago.
Yeah,
and at that time, a $10,000 pension was really nice. Do you have the information on what the pensions of people currently retiring are?
Yes, I can follow up and send that chart to the committee. We run that every year for finance. So it's new retirements over the past 10 years, what the average benefit is for the new folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer through you to Mr. Carlin. Would this be the proper time to discuss what a COLA is to new members? Or is it, are you
Next
coming
slide.
up? Am I getting ahead of you?
You are right on the
Yeah, no,
right on the
yield.
mark. though.
Thank you so much,
It's
Mr.
perfect timing. That'll segue in. So again, just on that slide 15, the last point is less than 2% of our retirees see an average benefit of over $75,000 a year. So that's that just how that breakdown. What legislating for the minority sometimes debates can center around that, and it's really a small amount of people. So slide 16, COLAs, cost of living adjustments. This is something that is not automatic in New Hampshire. The legislature has to grant a cost of living adjustment, either a permanent addition or a one-time retiree payment if they choose to do so. The last COLA, which permanent addition to the pension, was a 1.5% increase on the first 50,000 of anyone's benefit that was granted in 2019 and took effect in FY21, so July of 2020. So that was a permanent addition of a maximum of $450, or less, depending on your pension, up to that first 50. Last year, there was a one-time $500 payment for anyone who was retired more than 5 years and had a benefit of under 30,000. So that was about 23,000 members. It was about 11 million that the state paid from general fund to do that. The COLA in 2019 was not pre-funded, so that was added to the employer contribution rates going forward for the next 20 years. So
Yes, we're paying for that every time we get our tax bills. Representative Schuett.
Yes, could you please tell the committee the last time prior to 2019 that employees got a full COLA?
absolutely, it was 2010. And one of the handouts in the folder is about COLAs, and I think it has a chart going back either 20 or 25 years on COLAs. So for reference, that's there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we have a cost of living increase bill also, so we'll get to dig into the nuts and bolts of that one. Okay.
And with that, it's Jan's turn again to talk about investments.
Thank you very much, Marty. So if you could please turn to page 17. It discusses the Board of Trustees as well as the Independent Investment Committee. So the board has a couple of very important responsibilities in addition to setting the employer contribution rates that we discussed earlier. They also improve the investment policy, which includes the asset allocation. And for those of you who are involved in the investment world, its asset allocation is the single most important determinant of investment performance. And so our board, as well as our independent investment committee, spend a great deal of time on making these important decisions because they have such a strong impact on our investment performance. The board is also responsible for hiring the investment consultant. And on page 35, you can see all of the current members of our Board of Trustees, all 13 of them. And then we also have the Independent Investment Committee, which, as Marty discussed earlier, was created by the legislature and became effective in January 1st of 2009. That is made up of 6 people. There are 5 of them, 2 of which are directly from our board, and then another 3 that are appointed by the governor with the consent of the council. And then there's a 6th member who is a non-voting member who is there to represent the plan members. And those people, the different committee members, are shown on page 36 in the appendices. So the Independent Investment Committee recommends investment policy to the board, and they also oversee the administration of the investment program within the board's policies. So part of that includes hiring the investment service providers, which are the different individual money managers, as well as important service providers like the custodial bank, which is where the individual securities actually live on electronic spreadsheets, as well as the different investment managers that make the buy and sell decisions for the different stocks or bonds that are in our investment portfolio. Every year, the Independent Investment Committee with staff prepares a comprehensive annual investment report, the CARE, which is approved by the board. So if you could turn to page 18, please. And this gets a bit more into the nitty gritty on the investments. So as I said earlier, the asset allocation is the predominant determinant of investment performance. And so we use different strategies to make our investments work. And so the IIC, the Independent Investment Committee, regularly reviews strategy with our staff as well as our outside consultant. And NHRS, because we're a pension plan, we are different than you all as independent investors. Our time horizon is more than 25 years, if not actually infinite, because we are a perpetual organization, and as long as New Hampshire is here and has employees either for the state or the individual cities and counties, we need to be providing retirement benefits for those employees. So that means that our IIC can have a very different time perspective on making investments than you as an individual who is concerned about your own lifetime. We consider the lifetimes of all of our members, both current and future. So that makes some investments appropriate for us that might not be appropriate for individual investors. And part of that balancing act is managing our risk and liquidity. We have to make sure that we always have enough cash on hand to make that monthly payroll to our retirees and the beneficiaries. And we also need to know how much cash we can afford to lock up in investments that have a very long time horizon and are not as liquid as investments such as the S&P 500, where we can have daily liquidity. So our investment staff manages a diversified portfolio among different types of assets. And so you can see on this chart the different broad categories of assets that we have, both their target amounts as well as their actual allocations. So we have, starting in the upper right-hand quadrant of these circles, we have domestic equities. So these are the stocks that you're probably the most familiar with. Stocks such as the ones that are in the Dow Jones Industrial, which is the 30 largest companies, as well as the S&P 500, the Standard & Poor's 500 largest companies by capitalization size, as well as other smaller and mid-cap U.S. stocks. Then going down clockwise on this chart, we also have non-U.S. equities. So we have stocks in companies all around the world so that we can find the best investment return for our members. Keeping going around clockwise, the green area is fixed income, also referred to as bonds. So those are another important part of our investment portfolio. And then we also have a sizable amount of our portfolio invested in real estate. And then going all the way up to the top, we also have alternative investments. That's the red area. And the examples of that are private equity funds as well as private debt funds. So we have a wide variety of assets because diversification is important, because typically what happens when one part of the portfolio does very well, another part does not. So we always have to balance that. If you could please turn to page 19. As I
Do you have any pardon me, do you have any information on the retirement system's investments in China?
We do have some investments in China, but we do own some stocks
Yeah.
in Chinese companies, but I do not have the exact amount. But we can get that information for you.
I just finished reading the book, The End of the World is Just Beginning by Peter Zahn, and I highly, highly recommend it. And I'm just concerned that investments in U.S. firms with a large market in China, and also the Chinese companies, which are really owned by the CCP, that those investments may become very risky in the future going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, the Retirement System Investment Committee evaluates source risk. And I know that they divested a significant number of Russian stocks over the last couple of years.
Yeah, there was a bill last year requiring
this year.
NHRS to divest directly held China holdings, and we did. That was it. Directly held investments was I think under 100,000 or right in that range. It was a very small piece of the portfolio. There's obviously if we're maybe in funds where they have exposure in China, but direct investments were very low at the time, and I think still are.
As I referred to earlier on page 19, fiscal year 22 was a very challenging year to be in the investment world, and our one-year return reflects that. We had a net loss of 6.1%. However, it was better than what our benchmark was, which was a loss of 9.3%. The 3-year return was 7.1%, the 5-year return was 7.2%, and the longer year returns were higher. And the important thing is that as important as any one year is, what we're always looking at is how does this compare to our assumed rate of return? Are we achieving that over the long term? And with our long-term assumed rate of return of 6.75%, you can see by looking at all of these different returns for different time periods, we are achieving that goal. And so far, this fiscal year to date, our annualized return through the end of November was 3.5%. And I've asked Reynald if he can guarantee that we'll do similarly in the rest of the fiscal year, and he's not taking me up on that.
Actually, I don't think you'd want to limit him to 3.5%.
Oh, that was for the first 6 months. I want another 3.5, but you're right. There's no upward limits on performance. And our performance relative to our peers has also been strong, both last year as well as over the past decade. Page 20. So I mentioned earlier about why our actuaries like to smooth everything over a 5-year period, because assets can vary year by year, and investment return for any given year can show a great deal of ups and downs. And that is exactly what you see on this slide. We see performance from 2007 through 2022. And on the left-hand side of that chart, you see the lower performance that was caused during the great financial crisis that affected not just the United States, but the entire world, and as well as the bounce back after that in the next 2 fiscal years. And then you see the ups and downs over time. And so that's why our actuaries smooth things out over a 5-year period. And that's what that gray line is. That's the smoothed return on our investments. And the reason why we want to do that is when we set the employer contribution rates, when the board does that every 2 years, the actuaries calculate everything based on the smoothed rates, because otherwise you could see how we would have wildly swinging employer contribution rates if they were just based on the last fiscal year's investment performance. And our employers prefer to have employer contributions rates that are steady over time rather than swinging dramatically up or down. Well, they wouldn't mind dramatically swinging down, but they do not like those big increases the way we had for 22, 23.
Quick question, Madam Chair.
Gerhard? No, please.
Just a quick question, 2 questions actually. Are you allowed to invest in like gold, silver, and crypto? And do you? That's the first one.
Okay. Our current investment policy does not allow us to invest in commodities. We did have a very minor exposure to the crypto industry through some of our private equity funds. It was a total of $32,000.
Oh. All right. And then the second question would be with
Follow up.
I'm sorry, can I get a
Please
follow-up?
follow
now?
up, please.
With the performance, when you exceed performance expectations, is there some kind of compensation or anything paid to state employees for achieving these results? Do they get a plaque or, I don't know? Thank
We get a heartfelt thank you. Job well done.
Thank you.
We have no incentive compensation.
Okay. Representative Schmidt, you had a question?
Are we still using GRS as our actuaries? Thank you.
Yes, we are still using GRS, and they've done an excellent job and continue to do that.
Representative Aber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions. Is there a reason why this retirement, why there's an independent investment committee? It says it's appointed by who?
If you could please turn to page 36.
I'm there, I see it. It says
Okay.
it's appointed by, it says, it's quoting an RSA law about who appoints this investment committee.
Okay, 2 of the members come directly from the board, which,
In slide
and-
35, the Board of Trustees.
Right, exactly. And so there are 2 members that are from the board, and then which the governor as well as the executive council is part of the decision-making. The governor would appoint people and then the executive council would agree with them. Some of them are appointed directly by the governor to the board, and some of them are nominated by the employees themselves and some by the employers. So those are 2 of the people that are on the independent investment committee. And then there are 3 people, which as Marty discussed earlier, are required to have extensive professional experience in finance and investments. The reason I was not here in 2009 when the legislature made this decision, but my understanding, and Marty referred to it earlier, was that there was a desire to have stronger knowledge of investments for the group that makes the investment decisions for NHRS.
And so my follow-on question, Madam Chair, to that was, why is this not privatized? Why are we depending on people who are nominated and appointed? Is that not a question?
Representative Aber, is a policy decision that we, the legislature, have made.
Thank you.
And we can obviously reconsider it at any time. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, page 21, please. As I alluded to earlier, our performance through June 30, 2022 was better than 80% of our peers over a 10-year period. That put us in the top 18th percentile. And for the 13 years that ended June 30, 2022, that's the time for which the IIC has been making the investment decisions. The fund outperformed 81% of our peers. And this outperformance relative to the other public pension plans, the median of their performance for that 13-year period added approximately $325 million in additional returns to our fund, which is not an insignificant amount. The next slide is on page 22. And this compares our assumed rate of return with the national average of other public pension plans. So you can see, looking over at the far left-hand side of this slide, NHRS has consistently had a lower assumed rate of return than many other pension plans. And what determines the assumed rate of return is the plan's actual investments. The actuaries go through a very complicated process of recommending an assumed rate of return. What they do is they look at what percent of our portfolio is in domestic equities, what percent is in foreign equities, what percent is in fixed income, what percent is in real estate, and what percent is in different alternative investments. And then they poll a number of investment consultants to ask them, what do you think these different asset classes are going to earn over the next 5 to 10 years? And so the actuaries look at all of that input and then apply that to the actual weightings in our investment portfolio. And they come up with a number that they think is reasonable based on that. And then our board has to, the IIC signs off on that, and then the board votes on that. So two different pension plans may have very different assumed rates of returns, and that doesn't mean that one is right and the other one is wrong. It just often means that they have different assets in their portfolio. And some states, Minnesota comes to mind, it's set in statute, which is not a good place to be. And I think that used to be true of New Hampshire as well.
For 1 year. Yep.
So you can see that it's a difficult balance coming up with something that is realistic, but is conservative and is achievable. And the board works hard to get that balance right. And at this point, I will turn things over to Marty to talk more about contributions and funding.
Thank you, Jan. We've kept you for a while. I hope it's been interesting, and we will try to get you out of here in time for lunch, so you can get back for the dental stuff in the afternoon. Contributions and funding, and this is the slides I referred to when Representative Lekis asked about some of the history of the unfunded liability. So I'm just going to start out. Member contributions are set in statute, as we had previously mentioned, and those are the contribution rates for each of the 4 member groups on slide 23. The police and fire pay in more. That's again partially recognition of the Social Security not contributing to that plan. Employer contributions aren't set in statute. Those are determined by the actuary and then certified by the Board of Trustees every 2 years. Our process, not surprisingly, since we're created by statute, has our rate set no later than October 1st, so that we can get numbers to the state when they're doing their next 2-year budget. We have moved that up to help employers, and we certified the rates this past summer in July. Local employers pay 100% of those contributions, as we talked about earlier, and we also referenced the one-time payment for last year's contribution. So, slide 24 talks about.
Yeah, on that point, right now the employees pay the bulk of their own retirement for the active employees. There is in statute a formula that once the unfunded liability becomes more manageable, the employee rate will go down until the employer and the employee are paying equally toward the retirement, which is the goal. It won't be happening this year, I'm afraid, but that is the plan.
Yeah.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you were saying a few moments ago that something was not in statute, and that's a good thing. For new people, they may not realize that anything that's in statute is not that easy to change, because you have to get the legislature on board. That's all time consuming, and the governor and so forth. So it's a terrible situation in some respects to have something in statute. Here, we're talking about the rates being set in statute. Is that really working as well as an alternative method? Is that what other states do as well? They set that in statute, or are we an outlier there?
On the member contribution side, most states do set that in statute, and that, you know, that's sort of gives the members a certainty, you know, for what, when they accept positions, what they're going to be paying in. That's not uncommon on the member contributions to be set in statute.
Okay.
And
Not everything is bad that's in statute.
Those were last changed in 2011 in the House Bill 2 that I referred to earlier. So, you know, how does the actuary crunch the numbers to come up with the rates? This on slide 24. What they do is it's called an actuarial valuation, and they do one of those every 2 years for us. So it looks, you know, on cycle. So there'll be a valuation for FY 22-23 that we'll be seeing. No, for 23-24 that we'll be seeing. Then, and they calculate the funding status of the plan and set the employer rates. And those rates consist of three pieces: the normal cost, and we'll talk about each of these in detail on the next slide, the unfunded liability, or UAL, and the medical subsidy rate. Each member group has a separate rate based on the demographics of that plan. And there's a number of assumptions that the actuary uses in deriving these rates. How long are people going to live? How old are they going to be when they choose to retire? How many people aren't going to vest and you know, walk away and not earn a benefit from us? How much are we going to make in the market? So there are all kinds of assumptions that are based on a lot of complex statistical models, but they are assumptions, they're not facts. So every 4 years, they do what's called an actuarial experience study, where they do two things. They look back at the last 4 years of experience, and, you know, are the retirement rates similar to what they expected them to be? Are where are the mortality rates moving? Things like that. And they also look forward at trends, you know, sort of nationally and globally, you know, about things like mortality and investment. So basically, there's sort of constantly resetting the assumptions as needed, because nothing is going to turn out exactly as anyone planned for anything. So there's a lot of moving parts involved in this. So you want them to sort of average out to where you want to be, type of thing. So they're always reviewing those. And part of that is the demographics, and then the other piece is the economics, which Jan spoke to, which is primarily the assumed rate of return, but also the wage inflation rate is part of that as well as an important piece. So we'll be getting another fiscal 23 will be the end of the next 4 year period. The board will be getting an experience study to look at after that. So the pieces of the employer rate, the normal, or of the rate, the total rate is the normal cost. And this is the estimated annual cost of pension benefits as they're earned. This is how the actuary basically projects out everybody's individual benefit scenarios based on the assumptions in place, and then averages them back together to get a normal cost. How much as a percentage of pay needs to be set aside in a given year to fund that person's benefit, you know, down the road. All of the member contributions go towards the normal cost. So to that extent, they're pre-funding their benefit by 65 to 70% of what their ultimate benefit. I'm going to jump to the bottom of the slide for the medical subsidy because it's a little bit shorter. You know, that's a pay-as-you-go rate. Basically, there's a finite pool that tends to decline every year of people receiving the medical subsidy. This was closed for teachers in 2009, for employees back in the early 2000s. Anybody in group 2 had to be working on June 30th of 2000 to qualify. So it's a finite pool for this insurance premium offset, and they fund it as a pay-as-you-go. The actuary will calculate how many people are getting it, how much is the subsidy, and how much do we need for 2 years to keep it solvent. So there's no future projections on that. And the subsidy amounts are set in statute. They've been flat since 2008, and there's a lower subsidy for people who are Medicare eligible post 65, and that's where most of the subsidy recipients are now. So it'll eventually go away as a component of the rate, but not for several decades. And then the middle, the unfunded liability. This is sort of the the origin story for the retirement system. So much is packed into this. This is the estimated value of accrued NHRS benefits not yet funded. So this is future benefits projected to be paid out to members, retirees and active members, that we don't have the funding in the trust fund right now for. It was $5.69 billion at the close of the last fiscal year, and that's a funded ratio of 65.6. So we have a little bit less than 2/3 of all of the funds needed to meet our future obligations. And, the first thing you may jump to is, well, what happens if everybody wants their money? But we pay out monthly benefits over people's lifetimes. So it's not like people can go to the building and loan and ask for all their money back when there's a run on the bank. We're paying these out in orderly tranches over decades. So we have that time to rebuild our funding and get to where we want to be on a funded level. So it's not, some states, liabilities aren't uncommon. There are some states that are fully funded, 100%. There are some that are in the 30s and 40s for funding. A lot of those are more policy decisions in those states than economic decisions. But in NHRS's case, if we have a constitutional amendment that employers pay the full rate and other protections, how come we have this unfunded liability? And there are three main factors that went into growing this liability. And the first and most dramatic was the sort of charging of artificially low employer contributions from 1991 through 2009. And what that was back in the early 90s, there was a recession. New Hampshire was particularly hardly hit with real estate. A lot of the banks folded. It was a lot of people were losing jobs, and the retirement system rates were going up in that 91, 92 period because of benefit increases that the legislature granted in 88, 89. So there was pressure from local employers, from the governor's office, what can be done? And the NHRS asked the actuary at the time, a firm called Buck, what was the best way to actuarially fund the plan. And they did a lengthy report, in the executive summary. The first page recommended a closed 30-year amortization using the entry age normal method, and then the second page of the summary said, but there's 3 other ways you can do it too that are acceptable under current practice. And you give a sort of a menu to a decision maker in a tight budget time, they're going to pick the cheapest option. And that's what happened. The legislature passed a bill back in 91 that changed the funding, the way we calculate the funding of the retirement system to something called open group aggregate, which is no longer an accepted method. They also mandated that the board set the assumed rate of return for the next year at 9.75. Which again, the higher the rate, the lower the employer contributions. And this was billed as a temporary solution to a short-term crisis, economic issues in New Hampshire. And that they did give the board back the setting of the assumed rate of return a year later, and they probably never should have taken it away from fiduciary perspective. But this funding methodology stayed on the books until it was repealed in 2007. So what you have is, you drilled a hole in the bottom of your boat and you forgot about it for 15 years, and then your ankle started getting damp eventually and you realized there was a hole there. So that was one of the reasons why the liability was growing, and the way the funding was calculated, it didn't really show up in the reports. On top of that, there was something that started in the 80s called gain sharing, and this was I think Representative Gerhardt had a question about performance over and above the assumed rate of return. And back in the 80s and 90s, the legislature set a ceiling where if we exceeded our assumed rate of return in a given year by a certain amount, usually about a half a percentage point, any funds, any investment income over and above the assumed rate of return was segregated to pay for other benefits. So that was primarily COLAs and the medical subsidy. And if you consistently exceed your assumed rate of return, it's great because you've got money, you're flush with money. But if you have a year where you have a down year and you don't have that assumed rate of return, you also don't have that cushion anymore because the funds are dedicated to something else. So that was sort of a structural issue with what was called the special account. And that with the dot-com bubble in 0102. We had negative investment years there. And the legislature and some of the member and employer groups got together and they recognized there was some issues structurally with the way that the plan was funded. And, you know, that took about 4 or 5 years of genesis and discussions to get a bill passed in 2007 that went back to closed 30-year amortization, entry age normal for the funding, and made some other structural changes that fix those leaks, you know, in the basement. But, you know, 2007, what happened almost contemporaneously with those changes? The Great Recession, you know, so that really exacerbated, you know, we had this whole, you know, it was 2 billion plus, and then the markets collapsed, you know, and we lost $1 billion that year, and that just made the unfunded all that much more challenging. So that's kind of how we got here, and we've been digging out of that for the past 13 years and making slow but steady progress. Let's see. So next slide, slide 26. This just shows the employer contribution rates for fiscal 24-25, which is taking effect this July 1st. The gray column in the middle shows the unfunded liability as a portion of the total pension cost. So employers, 77 to 85% of what they're paying NHRS are for these decisions made in the past that, you know, we're paying for now. Without the unfunded liability, and you can't wipe it away, you know, it is already a debt that's accrued. The normal cost of the pension, you know, for employees, it's under 10%. The members are paying 7% of that themselves. So the normal cost for the employer is relatively low. And once the liability generally gets reduced to a more manageable level, you know, the total employer rates are going to stabilize as well, lower. And as Representative McGuire referenced, there is some statutory language to when they bounce down, they can't go below the member rate. And when they get to that level, they'll both go up and down together after that. So, but that's, again, probably talking 2040s at best on that. And the footnote on slide 26 just shows the member share of the employer cost. So that's what their contributions represent as to how much they're pre-funding their own benefit. The next slide 27 just shows the current FY 22-23 rates versus 24-25. They're all going down. This is the first time all 4 rates have gone down in anyone's memory. We had a little bit of a dip with employees and the group 2 rates back in 2018, but this is larger. This is because of the 5-year investment performance through June 30th of 21. Was strong enough to lower these rates a little. You know, the expectation is that the rates aren't going to go down dramatically over the next 15 years. They're going to hopefully stay around this level, you know, with a little bit of variation. So that's give employers more certainty. You know, and that's in 2039 is when 5 of the 5.7 billion unfunded liability is scheduled to be paid down. So, so that's where we're looking at is sort of the rate environment.
All right, we're getting the glazed eyes effect, Representative Schuett.
Madam
Get that a
Chair.
lot.
Yes, I just, in response to the question about the Independent Investment Committee, am I remembering correctly that was recommended by the 2007 Decennial Commission?
Yeah.
Yes, and just for information of new members, that group that meets every 10 years does a very deep dive into all aspects of the system and looks at things such as the effectiveness of the investment committee and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, both the 2007 and 17 Commission led to a number of legislative and enactments. They weren't the exact recommendations of the committee in every sense, but, you know, they were along the general theme, and you know, they were pretty positive improvements, generally speaking. Let's see. Just as a follow-up reference to the investment committee, all of the folks that we have now on the investment committee are volunteers and are compensated. for that other than for mileage, you know, and lunch when they meet. So we're, you know, and they're all in wealth management or investments or retired from those fields. So I only have a couple slides left, and then Jan only has a few as well. But legislation, obviously what we're here for. Last year, well, the last 3 years, 2021, there were 11 bills introduced related to NHRS in some way, and one was enacted. Last year, there were 13, and 7 were enacted, including one that was retained from 2021. This year, last I checked this morning, there were 20 LSRs listed relating to NHRS. So that's when I say you're going to be sick of me in 2 or 3 weeks. You will be, because I'll be here quite a bit testifying or answering questions on those bills. Since 2007, that magical year again, we've tracked more than 100 changes to the statute since 2007, some extremely significant member contributions, employer contributions, benefits, and some more cleanup or clarification, things like that. But, you know, cumulatively, you know, that those keep us hopping. Typically, a lot of these represent the need to reprogram our systems, change some of our materials, things like that. So we work hard to get all that information out there. And as a component unit of state government, you know, NHRS isn't here to lobby for or against any outcomes. We feel that as the plan sponsor, the legislature makes policy decisions, and we really just want to get the relevant facts in front of you so you have information to make sound, reasonable decisions. You know, the only time NHRS would take a position on a bill is if there's a concern that it violates the Internal Revenue Code or would challenge our fiduciary duty to act solely in the best interests of the members and beneficiaries. As I mentioned last year briefly, there was a bill about China divestment, and the board actually opposed that on fiduciary grounds, not so much on the merits or certainly not on the merits of the Chinese government and the way they treat their people, but on the provision that, you know, we want to depoliticize or you know, our investment decisions or keep them apolitical, and just looking at, you know, what are the best investments for our membership in the universe of allowable, you know, investment performance. Because, you know, if you start sort of adding mandates on investing or divesting in different places, you know, legislatures change from session to session, and you could be all of your, you know, your long-term investments could get kind of tossed in a hopper. So there's been sort of a steady, that was one of the few things that the boards have tended to consistently oppose. There was a bill a few years back to stretch out paying off the liability longer. That exposes us more. The board opposed that. But generally, I'm going to try to be, you know, Switzerland, you know, Joe Friday here when I'm testifying. So that's how we work. We do have handouts on more of the complicated bills that we try to provide to the committee to supplement the fiscal note with a little bit of history and background. Those, we call those bill briefs. So you'll see those from me as well. And that's
Yeah. Well, one thing you'll notice is that we made some bad decisions in 1991 that we're still paying for because we didn't go back and look at them. So that's one very good reason to deep dive every now and then. And if we did go to that actuarial method, I'm sure the board would be opposing it.
Yeah, there's a lot of if we knew then what we knew now with a lot of these things. And I'll turn it back over to Jan. She just has a couple of summary slides to tie it all up, and then we'll stay as long as you want for questions.
Thank you very much, Marty. And I've been able to get the answer to the question on the Chinese investments at this point. We have a total of $47 million in market value, and that represents 2.57% of our non-U.S. equity holdings, which are $1.8 billion. So it's a very small fraction of our overall portfolio.
Yes, Representative Fitzpatrick.
I'd just like to clarify that my question about investing in China wasn't about politics. It's just, I think that the current climate that we're in makes it a very risky investment.
Well, thank you for that concern, and I'm very glad in that case that it's a small number.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Continue on page 30, and as Marty said, I'll try to do a very brief summary. As we've tried to show you today, that we do provide a very modest pension benefit, and the majority of those benefits that we pay stay in state and support our local economies. We have a plan in place, thanks to the legislature, to pay down our unfunded liability, so we're eating the spinach, as are our employers, and it's working. The board has taken responsible steps to assure that the proper plan funding, by having a reasonable rate of return and continue to improve our funded ratio over time. Page 31. This shows how our funded ratio compares to our peers. We have not yet received sufficient information to have this updated for FY22, but as you can see that we have been closely tracking, although we have been below that of our peers, but we are definitely trending in the right direction. You can see that on page 31. And then page 32, this to me is an incredibly fascinating slide, because Maine, our neighbor to the north and the east, they were at the same place we were 10 years prior to when we started to deal with our unfunded liability. And they have made enormous strides while having very similar demographics that we do. Similar number of active and retirees, very similar average pension, have similar constitutional requirements, and also having a plan to fully pay off the unfunded liability. So you can see that their FY22 funded ratio was just under 84%. So I'm hoping in 10 years we're going to look a lot like this, if not better. Page 33. NHRS has a constitutional and statutory foundation to protect its financial future. We just need to keep staying on the path and going in the right direction. We are fortunate that our state has a constitutional language that requires that the contribution rates be paid by the employers and be actuarially sound. Most other states do not have this. We're very fortunate here in New Hampshire. And that we periodically make changes to our retirement statutes as passed and enacted by the legislature. Because those changes have been made, we're able to address the structural issues that Marty talked about earlier. And just like any other serious endeavor in life, this is not going to be fixed in a week or a month. This is truly a marathon, but we have the stamina and the capacity to get us to 100% funding. And so we thank you for your support in helping us get there. And I apologize if we've gone over our allotted time, but we appreciate all the questions and would be happy to answer any others.
Well, thank you. The questions are important because we need to understand the system. Yes, Representative Lacus.
Thank you. So some of the slides are basically illegible due to the size. I was wondering if you could send us like an electronic, maybe a PDF or something format, so if we want to zoom in on individual items. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right. I think we will close the formal part of the meeting. If you have immediate questions, I'm sure they'll be able to answer them. We'll resume at 1 o'clock on the performance audit of the dental board. And thank you all. I think nearly everybody's back from lunch. We'll, exactly, Representative Schmidt. You're here, and so we can start. I saw him walking out of the cafeteria, so yes. Okay. Whoever is going to start, you're,
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Steve Smith. I'm the Director of Audits for the Office of Legislative Budget Assistant. And with me is Steve Grady. He was the Senior In-Charge Manager on the dental examination report that he will present that. But for the benefit of the committee, just very quickly, I'm just going to go over a quick overview of what a performance audit is and how we go about conducting a performance audit. Sure.
How many people don't have one? Do you have them? We also brought some.
full box in the committee office, and some people browsed through them this weekend. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Okay. So when we talk about performance audits, as the name indicates, we're assessing the performance of a department or an agency or a program. It differs from a financial audit, which our office also does, where we are auditing a set of financial statements or a set of financial transactions or the controls around financial transactions. So this focuses on a performance audit, which is the report before you. So our performance audits, things that we consider the extent to which expected results established by you, the legislature, were achieved, the effectiveness of agencies or programs or functions, and whether the entity under audit complied with laws and regulations. Typically, if I could sum it up, the effectiveness and efficiency of what the auditee is doing, and are they doing what they're supposed to be doing, or could they be doing it better? The topics are provided to us by the Joint Legislative Performance Audit Oversight Committee, LPAOC. So they give us the topics and we put them in our queue, and as staff and jobs cycle, we begin an audit. Usually an audit begins with an entrance meeting with the agency where we talk about as we perceive the scope to be of the audit, logistical information, and usually an initial request of information that to allow us to begin to, as you can imagine, depending upon the topic, there's a lot of education that we have to go through. We're not experts in everything. So depending upon what the department or the entity under audit is, we have to learn about what they do, what the laws are around them, things of that nature. And once we do that, we prepare what's called a scope statement, which kind of outlines what we're going to look at, kind of assemble a question, how efficient, how effective did X agency do this? And then taking kind of the methodology as to how we're going to go about doing that. And we go back before the LPOC committee to make sure that what we intend to do is what they had envisioned. So they approve that scope statement, and then we take it from there. And that allows us to develop an audit plan, which is an internal document to us, which sets out the audit objectives. We refine the methodologies and assess risks, things of that nature. So that's our planning document of how and what we plan to do on the topic. And then we begin our work, our field work, as we call it, which can involve several interviews, surveys, examination of information, files, documents, things that the auditee has to allow us to assess what they're doing. And then based on the evidence and based on what we learn, if we discover things that aren't happening the way they should, or things are happening that shouldn't be happening, out of compliance or areas of improvement, best practice, things of that nature, we develop what's called observations. Some people call them findings. We prefer to call them observations. And so there's a criteria that we follow to develop those, and they all get put into a report along with background information to allow the reader to know about the auditee under audit. And then we would draft that report. We would give it to the auditee, and we request responses to our observations and responses to our recommendations that we're making. And that can go from anywhere from 3 weeks to several months, depending upon the agency under audit. And then once we get those responses back, we assess them, make sure that they depending upon the level of concurrence, if they totally disagree or they don't concur with the observation, we try to work with them to bring some level of concurrence there, because sometimes they're just reading it wrong or whatever. And then once we're comfortable with that, we have what's called an exit meeting, which is the final go through of the report. And then the report goes into production, goes through our QC process, and then eventually gets presented to the fiscal committee. And that's what we did with this report back in November. And after we present to the fiscal committee, so the report gets distributed to a variety of different people. The chair gets one of ED&A, for example. And after that, if we get called back to, like, for example, today to a committee to present it, we're more than happy to do that. So that's a very quick overview of the process. Hopefully that was, but certainly as topics you become aware or have concerns, our preference is as you go through the LPOC, you contact a member. They have senators and representatives there. And occasionally we get an audit that shows up in legislation. For example, the Freedom Accounts is on our to-do list, but that won't happen until the fall because it's a fairly new program. But our preference is not to have it in legislation, because if it's in legislation, now we're bound by timelines and things of that nature. And the nature of what we do, we don't like to be bound by a timeline or a deadline, because once we begin an audit, you never know where it's going to lead you. And we want to be able to be as thorough and as informative as we can be to you folks, our audience. So any questions on that before I turn it over to Steve? Okay, so again, Steve Grady.
Thank you. For the record, I am Steve Grady. I am a Senior Performance Audit Manager for the Audit Division. I was the in-charge auditor for the Dental Board Performance Audit. The audit assessed how efficiently and effectively the board administered the regulation of dentistry and dental hygiene during state fiscal years 2019 and 2020. We also examined matters outside that period, as well as Office of Professional Licensure and Certification Controls, or OPLC, when they directly affected board operations. Management controls are processes that provide reasonable assurances that an agency achieves its objectives. Objectives fall into three broad categories: the efficiency and effectiveness of operations, reliability of information used for reporting, and compliance with laws, rules, and other requirements while not exceeding delegated authority. Our executive summary begins on page 1. There, we conclude the board lacked adequate controls to ensure it consistently achieved expected outcomes and that it complied with requirements while doing so. The board was expected to protect the public health, safety, and welfare from unqualified, unscrupulous, or impaired dentists and hygienists through three primary functions: credentialing, monitoring, and enforcement. However, the board did not monitor its own effectiveness. It could not demonstrate its requirements helped achieve expected outcomes. Its regulatory program was largely subjective. Credentials were issued that did not meet statutory and other requirements. Credential holder qualification was ineffectively controlled and monitored. Enforcement cases were inconsistently managed and resolved. The board lacked controls over its own compliance. It engaged in extra-legal and extra-jurisdictional acts, such as improperly delegating its discretionary authority and creating its own credentials. The board ineffectiveness was underpinned in part by inconsistent support from other agencies, notably the OPLC. Leadership and staff turnover, inadequate management controls, and an inadequately structured relationship between the two agencies limited effectiveness. Furthermore, there was no accountability framework to ensure the quality of OPLC provided services was acceptable to the board and that substandard service delivery was remedied. Records were poorly managed and controls were poorly understood. Many board actions were unauditable. Consequently, we were compelled to qualify our use of and our conclusions resting on board records and attestations. Our recommendation summary follows on page 5. Of the 36 observations, 33 have board recommendations. The board concurred with 22 and concurred in part with 11. 10 observations have OPLC recommendations and management concurred with all of them. 20 observations have legislative suggestions or recommendations that may require the responsible agency to seek legislative action. I will next summarize the report's 5 chapters. Chapter 1 starts on page 11. It addresses systemic management control deficiencies. Well-designed controls can help agencies efficiently and effectively achieve outcomes, comply with requirements, and protect public resources. However, controls were often absent or ineffectively designed, inconsistently implemented, unmonitored, and unrefined. There were no strategies, plans, or performance goals, objectives, or targets. Risk management practices were informal, qualitative, and intuition-based. Prominent uncontrolled risks included regulatory capture and federal antitrust scrutiny. Regulatory capture occurs when the board misuses its delegated authority and discretion to pursue private or industry interests over the public interest. Federal antitrust laws were intended to protect competition for consumer benefit. While the legislature could act in its sovereign capacity and limit competition to achieve public objectives, the board could not. Legislative suggestions include overseeing the board's audit remediation efforts and structuring controls over regulatory agencies to ensure they follow state policy and receive active state supervision. Board recommendations include developing absent controls and improving existing controls. Board compliance was a basic expectation, but at times it waived, failed to fully implement, or actively circumvented state policy. It inconsistently complied with the right to know law, the Administrative Procedure Act, and ethics laws, among others. It took extra legal and extra jurisdictional actions. Extra legal acts were board actions taken outside the authority delegated to any agency, truncating the separation of powers. Extra jurisdictional acts were board actions taken that were under another agency's authority. In some areas, the board effectively set state policy instead of the general court. The board knowingly and unknowingly engaged in ad hoc rulemaking. An ad hoc rule was a requirement imposed on someone outside the board, but which was not properly adopted and was consequently not legally enforceable. Knowingly enforcing ad hoc rules was abusive. Board noncompliance also added to regulatory complexity, compromised transparency, and left timeliness unmeasured. Board recommendations include complying with laws and rules and discontinuing extra legal and extra jurisdictional actions. The board's organization was inadequate. It lacked an adequate number of public members. Subordinate entities had no public members. The board's only statutory subordinate entity had outlived its purpose and acted outside its statutory scope. The board fabricated subordinate entities and improperly delegated substantive duties to them, including regulating segments of the dental care industry. These extra legal entities were not actively controlled by the board. They operated outside of state control and legislative and public oversight. They inconsistently complied with transparency, ethics, and other requirements. Legislative suggestions include increasing the number of public board members while holding steady or decreasing the number of credentialed members, and ensuring authorized subordinate entities have an adequate number of public members. Board recommendations include discontinuing the operation of extra legal subordinate entities and actively controlling authorized subordinate entities. The board routinely but improperly delegated its collective discretionary decision-making authority. Consequently, yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, when do you want questions?
At any time.
Okay, I believe we have one at least.
Sorry.
No worries. Can you give me an example of one of their subordinate entities? What they do specifically?
They created what they called the Anesthesia and Sedation Evaluation Committee, and that committee was responsible for a number of things to include developing draft rules to propose to the board to regulate dentist anesthesia and sedation permits, as well as the members conducting inspections and evaluation of applicants and consequently substantively regulating their behavior.
So ASAC isn't something that we approved then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they created that out of, by rule.
Blackus.
And by rules in that context, are these rules that were properly created through 541A, or did they just create their own rules and implement them on their own without that?
So there are a number of subordinate entities. The ASEC itself was created via RSA 541A adopted rule a long time ago. They also created, without any rules, an advisory subcommittee of that body. So the board had engaged in creating these extra legal entities in a couple of different ways.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Did they, and either the board itself or some of these entities created, did they actually put in place and enforce rules that did not go through the proper rulemaking process?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Gerhardt?
Madam Chairman, Chairwoman.
Yeah.
Question
Madam
for-
Chair is the usual term.
Chair, can you tell us what page you're going to? Only because I see you're going through. I have this black box where your face
Sure,
is.
I'm
so
sorry.
no, it's fine. I'm just if you're just saying it was, just I don't know, just so I can follow along better instead of just having to listen. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question, what happens, or is there any recourse when these boards do this and go outside their scope of what they're there to do? Or is it something we should be looking into going further down the road?
It's something we should be looking into. I'd also, while we're talking about it, I'd like to mention that performance audits are not always well followed up. And this one in particular, I know that we are revising the statutes controlling the dental board and their relationship with the OPLC. So I wouldn't be worried about some of the issues. Creating subordinate entities is not a statutory problem. But I don't expect us to take major action because we have statutory changes in process. But I think we should be aware of what's going on and what the board and the OPLC are doing about it.
I may, yeah, I mean, I'm just going by listening to, and it's troubling, listening some of these ethics stuff that we're in here, and there's some examples and a lot of other things in there that are very troubling to hear from that is going on in a board.
Yes, I agree. I think we will ask OPLC what we can do about board members who are in that situation. I don't know what we personally can do. Thank you. Other quick, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do we have anybody from the board here today?
Board has been invited and they are expected to show up approximately 2 p.m.
2 p.m., okay. So, and a lot of the stuff you're talking about is outside the scope of practice that the statute envisions.
Yes, when we draw conclusions about something being extra legal or extra jurisdictional, it is outside what has clearly been delineated in statute as something that the dental board in this case should be engaging in.
And did you compare the things that they were doing, aside from the fact whether what they're doing is legal or not? I'm suspending any judgment about that. but is what they were doing, is this in line with what's dental practices doing nationwide or in New England or something like that? This is whole cloth on their part, but is it consistent with any dental trends that you're aware of that you could compare?
Some of the things that we observed, for example, some of the credentials that lack statutory basis in New Hampshire law are something that other states will allow for in statute for their board to regulate. So it's not beyond the realm of plausibility. However, the concerns that we, number one, arrive at are that they lack statutory authority to do it. In many cases, for example, creating a credential on their own, the board is actually prohibited from doing that in RSA 541A. And other things, as well as creating, their own subordinate entities out of out of thin air, if you will, is also a prohibition that they're not allowed to do. So that some of the things are plausibly useful. We don't question that, but they certainly did not follow proper procedures, nor did they typically objectively establish that those credentials or those entities were needed in order for them to successfully regulate dentistry in the state.
A follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So, and during this time frame, speaking as a member of the GELCAR for the last 16 years, and Representative McGuire, the chair, has been on the GELCAR for 8 or
Yes,
10 of those years.
Representative Schmidt.
Did the board appear before the GELCAR during this time frame at all and present any of these
So-
changes?
Right. So the last major update to the board's rules were in 2017. There were some updates in 2018 and 2020. They do not directly affect the things that we're discussing and expressing concerns with respect to being extra legal or extra jurisdictional, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Picking up on page 57, the board routinely but improperly delegated its collective discretionary decision-making authority. Consequently, over 97% of initial licenses were issued either before or without board action. 99.9% of credentials were renewed without board action. Some complaints were acted upon without board control, and some investigations were conducted and some cases closed without a record of board direction. Also, the board lacked a performance management system to help evaluate its performance or objectively demonstrate it achieved expected outcomes. Our recommendations here include the board and OPLC detailing their relationship in rules. If they cannot or will not do so timely, we suggest the legislature consider either requiring adoption of integrated rules by a specific date or detailing their interrelationship in statute.
I will mention there was a study committee on the relationship of OPLC to boards in general, and there is a major rewrite of the statutory connection between boards and OPLC that we will be considering later this term. So we that issue is understood and maybe not solved, but in work.
Very good. Other board recommendations include discontinuing the delegation of discretionary authority, discontinuing the delegation of other authority without effective controls, ensuring delegated tasks are properly accomplished, and improving performance and knowledge management. The OPLC, beginning on page 75, describes OPLC controls adversely affecting board operations. The OPLC's organization and controls have been in flux since its creation in 2015. No cohesive control framework existed to ensure duties delegated to the OPLC were only administrative in nature. OPLC provided services met assigned agencies' needs, and the OPLC was accountable for performance. No performance management system existed to demonstrate the OPLC achieved expected outcomes. Cost accounting was inadequate, and the actual costs of services provided to assigned agencies could not be established. Fee setting and administration were inadequate, leading to unrecovered costs, unauthorized and gratuitous fees being charged, and noncompliance with the requirement the board collect 125% of its direct costs. Unresolved, untimely resolved, and temporarily resolved control defects identified in prior audits contributed to ongoing and in some cases worsening deficiencies. Many control defects we identified may also affect the other 50-odd agencies assigned to the OPLC. Legislative suggestions include clarifying OPLC roles and responsibilities, structuring interagency accountability, and either continuing to regulate occupations using bodies like the board or migrating regulatory authority to an administrative agency like the OPLC. OPLC recommendations include developing a well-designed system of controls to optimize performance, ensuring it complies with requirements, stabilizing its organization, implementing an effective cost accounting system, improving customer service and accountability, and ensuring audit findings are timely and durably remediated. Board recommendations include improving controls over the support it receives. Chapter 2, starting on page 117, addresses the board's regulatory program. The regulatory program encompassed the board's 3 functions. However, it lacked a structured, evidence and risk-based approach to rationalizing, implementing, and administering state policy and structuring its regulatory program. Consequently, its regulatory program was largely subjective and contained inconsistencies. There were several potential barriers to entry, and credential portability was inadequate. Participation in certain occupations was inappropriately limited. Licensees of other boards were improperly regulated. Aspects of dental practice were not regulated as required by statute. Controls were often reliant upon ad hoc rules and extra legal credentials. Board recommendations include developing a cohesive evidence and risk-based regulatory strategy, objectively identifying threats to the public and which threats can be cost-effectively regulated, and discontinuing regulations without statutory authority and perfunctory, wasteful, and gratuitous requirements. Chapter 3 begins on page 141. Credentialing was intended to ensure individuals wishing to practice in the state were qualified. However, controls were inadequate and practices were inconsistent with requirements. Before issuing a credential, the board was required to make a finding each applicant was qualified and that there were no circumstances that could be grounds for discipline. However, over 97% of initial licenses were issued before or without a board act. Some credentials were issued based upon applications that did not comply with requirements. Dentist anesthesia and sedation permit requirements inadequately protected the public. Hygienist anesthesia and sedation permits lacked statutory authority, as did expanded function dental auxiliary permits when they were initially established. Neither these hygienist permits nor the certified public health dental hygienist credential were objectively demonstrated to be necessary. The scope and scale of dental assistant regulation was similar to licensure, but lacked underpinning statutory authority. Board recommendations include reviewing and approving applications before credentials are issued, discontinuing the expanded function dental auxiliary permit, hygienist anesthesia and sedation permits, and the certified public health dental hygienist certificate unless it can demonstrate they cost-effectively achieve outcomes. We also recommend they substantially revise dental assistant regulation to conform to statute. Chapter 4, beginning on page 203, addresses monitoring. Systematic compliance Yes? I'm sorry?
Representative Shrew?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to let you know, this is my first day on this committee. Licensure. Somebody from out of state or in-state goes to the board and says, I'm a dentist. So they have, licensure is somebody proving that, like going back to their college or whatever, proving all the steps that, yes, he's a dentist. And that's what wasn't done?
So yes, credentialing is establishing that the applicant has the underpinning educational experience, et cetera, under their belt so that they are reasonably qualified to engage in dentistry or dental hygiene. And it was done, but the board did not actually make the findings that it was required to by statute. So it was done, perhaps it was done by an individual member of the board, but not the whole board. It may have been done by staff and referred over to the board just for approval, or in some cases, credentials were just issued without any board involvement whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Chapter 4, page 203. Systematic compliance monitoring can help ensure ongoing qualification to practice. However, the board designed few proactive controls to help prevent adverse effects on the public. Instead, it primarily relied upon reactive, complaint-based controls that inherently followed an adverse effect. Board requirements that could have helped proactively achieve outcomes were ineffective and often perfunctory. This included credential renewals, 99.9% of which occurred without a board action. Criminal history records checks, which were not conducted for any of the 430 initial licenses issued. Continuing education requirements, which inconsistently ensured credential holder competency.
Yeah. Representative Blackus?
Thank you. I'm not sure what you're reading. I can kind of follow where you are, but is this something that's actually in here you're reading, or do you have written testimony you could send to the committee? That
I could
it's what-
certainly provide the script that I'm reading from, right? I am not,
Please,
yes.
thank you.
To continue on, verification of compliance with other requirements typically rested solely upon credential holder attestations. Complaints were inconsistently resolved, and record keeping was so poor that we could not reliably establish the board addressed all 109 complaints that it received. Board recommendations included improving compliance monitoring, subjecting applicants to criminal history records checks, independently verifying compliance with requirements instead of relying on attestations, either discontinuing credential renewals or making renewals an effective public protection control, and improving controls over complaints. Chapter 5 begins on page 251. Chapter 5 addresses enforcement. Poor records prevented us from quantifying the total number of investigations or adjudicatory proceedings and hearings.
Representative Abar has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question as I go through this is, if you were to do a word check in here, how many times is the word inadequate in the report? Do you have any idea?
Do I have any idea? I do not have any idea on how many times inadequate appears in this report or words like it.
And then follow up question. When I was reviewing the report and the response to the audit, I was coming from an aerospace and defense background. When we go through any kind of audit, you claim responsibility and you take it and you fix it. As I was reading through here, there was just no responsibility taken really in paragraphs 2 and 3 on page B1, which is in the addendums at the back of it. So Appendix B. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Some matters were not investigated, but nonetheless dismissed. Some investigations were incomplete. Adjudicatory proceedings and hearings were inconsistently held or even pursued. Disciplinary processes and sanctions were inconsistent. Some sanctions were informal or unpublished. Compliance with sanctions was inconsistently monitored. Inadequate support contributed to many deficiencies as the board was largely reliant upon other agencies to carry out enforcement-related activities. Some matters were dismissed because of insufficient support, not because the board had objectively established that noncompliance did not occur. Board recommendations include conducting required investigations, holding required hearings, monitoring case progress and timeliness, and monitoring compliance with sanctions. OPLC recommendations include revising procedures, rules, and practices. Current board members and OPLC management did not create all the defective controls we identified. Many defects were longstanding. Neither were many of the defects unique to the board. Several prior audits identified similar inadequacies in the operations of other regulatory agencies before and after the creation of the OPLC. Nonetheless, current members and management were responsible for efficiency and effectiveness. It will likely take several years to address this audit's recommendations and develop and implement an effective regulatory program objectively shown to efficiently achieve expected results. Integration of board and OPLC controls has reportedly begun. However, whether, how, and when the board will remediate other defects was inconsistently clear. No relevant plans have been published. The board inconsistently recognized limitations on its authority. It disagreed with the need to follow some fundamental state policy requirements. Consequently, we suggest the general court consider how expanded oversight could help ensure the board effectively carries out state policy and complies with the limitations imposed upon it while doing so. Want to thank you for taking the time to allow us to speak here today. If there are any further questions, I'd be delighted to entertain them now.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for an excellent report. It was concise, it was clear. Thank you for asking for the page numbers. And thank you.
More than welcome.
Yes, I'm sure that this is not going to be solved instantaneously. Any other questions for the auditors? All right, thank you very much. We have both the OPLC and a member of the dental board with us. I think, let's see, perhaps we'll hear from the board first. And
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Puneet Kochar. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners, and I'm joined by my fellow board member, Dr. Howard Luddington. So you already had the report. We'll take questions and answer anything else.
I'm sure there will be questions. I'm just curious what your plan is to address there's a large number of issues. What's your plan to address these concerns?
So we have already started. We've started working on the recommendations regarding the anesthesia. There is a bill that has already been proposed. So that's, I think, in the LSR stages. So that's there. We have this as a standing line item for every meeting. This report was just accepted in December. So our first meeting was this morning. We've identified issues that the board is already working on. The hygiene committee has already been transferred the issues concerning the hygiene rules. So they're going to start looking on that. And then every month we're going to start working through the recommendations that have been brought forth by the audit committee.
Okay, well, that sounds like a good start. Representative Gerhard and then Aber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question as to the necessity of all this. How many issues have there been with dentists improperly conducted? Like, you know what I mean? How many times has a dentist really been sanctioned to the point of felony conviction, or how serious are the concerns they're bringing forth?
So most of the audit committee's report is identified, you can say, functional issues. So the way the board has been conducting business in the past, so like as board members, as the faces around the table change, everybody inherits the operating environment of the board. And that's what's been inherited. And we've now had this opportunity from the audit committee to report back to say, hey, okay, you're doing this, but you got to justify the action why you're doing this. Or rules need to be made clearer so that people are not interpreting rules themselves. That's what they're talking about, the ad hoc rules. So that is what we're working on. As far as the dentists being disciplined, it depends on case by case. As the case comes up, it goes through now the enforcement division, which was not there before. Previously, DOJ used to run the investigation, and that was the time when we did not have support. DOJ would say, we have too many cases pending, we just can't take this on. So they would want a board member to be the investigator as well as be the judge. That makes it very difficult.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question was more a matter of how many substantiated complaints do you get relative to the number of dentists and hygienists in the state?
So I would say on a monthly basis, we would probably get 2 to 3 complaints. So we meet once a month. And then those cases complaint doesn't mean that that's a warranted complaint, that has any merit to it. When the complaint comes to the board will see fit to say, okay, whether it needs to be investigated or not. And then if we're getting 2 to 3 complaints a month, maybe one is being referred out for investigation to enforcement where we say, okay, there is merit to that complaint.
Follow up?
Yeah, one of the things that I think you're getting at is our complaints, our job is public safety. That's all we think about. A lot of the complaints we get are insurance claims, billing complaints. The public gets confused about our role in regards to public safety. So we deal with just public safety complaints, and there's not a lot of those, but they're dealt with very quickly.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, whoever Sangoli, oh, Samir, Bear and then Goli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to the board is, following this audit, what was your first board meeting like? Did you guys get to root cause? What was the conversation around this audit, and why? I mean, there's a lot here, a lot of falling down.
So we would have a monthly meeting with Steve and his committee. And so the board would meet monthly. It was not that all the report came back as one and we met only once. So over the entire period the audit was happening, the board was meeting every time. Some of the observations were eye-opening, and some of them, I think Steve and we were on opposite ends. We understood the reasoning behind. So like, whether the observation could be what Steve was saying, okay, you are not controlling this committee. And we would say the way we're controlling a committee is by having one board member be part of the committee. But those were conversations we had. But in the end, obviously, as we learned on how the operating environment was functioning, that, okay, certain credentials are there where, just to name one, we were talking about this morning, certified public health dental hygienist. Okay, that credential was created. The person gets that credential. That, okay, once that person has been given that credential, why is there not a separate continuing education requirement for that credential? But because we are dentists in the field, we understand the person who can get that credential is already a dental hygienist who needs to satisfy CE requirements for being a dental hygienist. Till the time they're not a dental hygienist, they cannot become a certified public health dental hygienist. So those were the conversations we've had. But I think it comes down basically to making sure that our rules are exactly what the RSA states and making it simpler so that people can understand that, hey, this is what it means.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here. My question goes to, I heard some of the issues you're addressing currently, but I think one of the biggest issues I heard was folks being credentialed without even being reviewed or without a proper background check. You want to talk about public safety, that's where it starts, is to making sure that happens. And I don't know if some of this might be taken care of with now the Office of Professional Licensure being able to review some of those where they couldn't in the past. It was automatically license granted after so many days if it hadn't been reviewed. But what are you doing to make sure that doesn't happen again? Because it was a substantial number of credentials that were authorized without even being reviewed.
So I'll make a correction to that. Not that it wasn't being reviewed. Every applicant gets reviewed. The background check. So the New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners had actually approached the state legislators to have a background check for every new licensee put forth. Even though that RSA was passed, the OPLC or the division prior to the OPLC had not set up the resources for a background check to be done. That has now been put forth. So starting this year, everybody who's applying for a new credential goes through a background check.
So do I understand you correctly to say that the criminal background check was a new requirement that was implemented sometime after it was imposed as a requirement?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's a little better. Representative Vlachis.
Thank you. So I read through a chunk of this, and in particular, some of the ones where the board concurred in part. And kind of my takeaway, and I'd like your response to this, is that, the folks on the board are dentists, and they're not necessarily in a position to operate, in effect, this whole administrative structure. And I'm wondering if you agree to that. And I sort of had a vision, and I don't know, I wasn't around when OPLC was originally created, but it would seem that any fixed requirements should be handled by OPLC, and things should only be brought to the board if there's something that really requires the judgment of a practicing dentist. And that I would think would greatly reduce the workload of the board and, take some of that stuff off of your shoulders. What do you think about that?
So I think the issue is the reason we have so many observations is the lack of administrative support that the board has had in the last 4 to 5 years. We've had meetings and hearings without having a board counsel. Even when we would ask for a board counsel to be present, they could not, DOJ could not supply us one. Once OPLC was created, obviously it was created, all the rules for OPLC were not in place. There is no, like even the audit committee has said that the board should have a written agreement regarding how OPLC would satisfy administrative functions. And our always pushback is the only way we can have a written agreement is if the board can enforce it, right? We are dependent on the OPLC for all our administrative functions. And if the board has a written agreement with OPLC, and if that does not happen, the board should be able to enforce it. I don't know how. So there's been discussion about should that be a legislative process. So I'm not sure when you say things that can be given to OPLC. Yes, the administrative functions are already done by OPLC. So we're still there. It's just a matter of resources, whether the board gets the resources via OPLC or whether OPLC gets those resources. That's the debate. So we will be bringing forth a lot of bills which we would be asking your support to make sure that this happens. All this time and effort that's been put in the audit, we want to make sure that the next round of board members who come on have a clean slate and know that, okay, operationally they're working fine.
A goal devoutly to be wished for. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so the questions are all interesting, but I think there's kind of a disconnect in terms of the reality of how this all works. First of all, you're the board. You're responsible for oversight, for suggesting legislation and so forth and so on, blessing certain things and so forth. But you don't, in many cases, except for conducting hearings on some kind of a misconduct or personal failing like alcoholism or something like that. You're not involved in the day-to-day credentialing and so forth and so on. That's an administrative function that must be carried out by staff, right? How many people do you have that are doing the credentialing? You're not doing the credentialing yourself. It's being done by staff members, right? And the criticisms here are mostly about inadequate oversight or proceeding without sufficient legal authority and so forth. But most of the work is done by staff, no?
Yes and no. So the staff receives the application for any licensure.
How many, my first question, Doctor, how many staff do you have?
So we have one administrator and one support staff, and I don't know how many OPLC would be able to answer how many people process the applications that comes in.
So they're part of a group that have 6 licensing staff, but I think there's a period of time in which OPLC and the board have gone through a transition. The audit identified that the board itself was not examining all applications, and that's the intent. I think that's what the intent is of the statute, is to have the board review all licensing applications. What they identified is that the licensing applications were being reviewed by staff. And I think the open question from a policy standpoint that you may see in some legislation is whether or not the board should be reviewing all applications or whether or not that should be a staff function. I think that's still an open question.
Okay, so then my follow-up question is, do you believe, Lindsay, do you believe that you and the board together have adequate staff to process all the things? Because if the board is going to be reviewing things, either they're just looking over something that the staff has already done. That's what review means. Somebody's already seen it. The oversight person looks at it again, but they're not going to do all the grunt work of seeing whether this document is there, whether it's up to date, whether it's factual or fictitious or whatever. Do you have an adequate staff to do the kind of work that the audit is criticizing here?
Say that before we add more licensing staff, we would need to add more staff to actually implement internal controls, because if you have an effective control design process with effective policies and procedures, you probably don't need as many actual staff on the ground to actually
The issue, and I can talk about it when I speak about OPLC generally, is that there's been a complete lack of consistent policies and procedures, like a hodgepodge approach to licensing, not just with Board of Dental Examiners, but with everybody. And that kind of chaos, if people automatically think I gotta put more people at this. I think we need to look at the procedures and the processes first before we're able to assess how much we actually need in resources.
Well, I'm not suggesting that you
Thank
need
you.
more staff. My question is, do you have enough staff to do the day-to-day
Representative
procedural
Schmidt,
things?
I think she's answered the question as well as she can.
Right, but I'm speaking to the committee. A number of these people have never done one of these performance reviews before. And this kind of criticism sounds scathing, but there may be a disconnect in terms of what your actual function is as a board, as professional dentists, or
Yes,
as
well-
a public member, and what is nitty-gritty of receiving applications.
Yes, Representative Schmidt,
forth.
one of the problems is that when you have a mess, adding more people to it just makes a bigger mess. You have to-
I'm not suggesting you need more staff. My question was, do you have adequate staff?
Yes,
Because if
thank
you
you,
do, then
Representative Schmidt.
procedures are what are at fault or deficient, not how many people you have doing that.
Yes, I am more concerned actually that the complaints, not so much that some of them were dismissed as not in your jurisdiction or whatever that happens, but I'm somewhat concerned that you can't keep track of the complaints.
Not anymore. Now, not with the enforcement now. So now we get monthly updates. So now we have a way, our board administrator has a list that, okay, this has been sent out, what has not come back in.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Representative Gerhardt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the complaints go, are these public information or this is all internal dental business? Hush, hush.
The complaint itself comes in the non-public session, but the hearing is public. So once it's investigated, if we find there is merit to it and there is a hearing, then that becomes a public thing.
Okay.
And
right,
any
thank you.
discipline is public.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other things you want to tell us about that we need to know?
I think you'll be hearing a lot from us, so stay tuned.
All right. Yes, excuse me, Representative Gould has a question.
Sure.
More a comment, but I just, this is extremely alarming. And dental health is really important, and the health of the people in our state is got to be the focus. And it seems like, I don't know, I haven't really heard a sincerity in the responsibility of the board in the issues that have happened. I hope that that is a part of your process. And I hope that you can express that to the people in New Hampshire who need you to ensure their safety, the women and the children who could be at risk from the lack of oversight. It's alarming.
I agree, because even the report to the board itself was alarming. And every single board member who sits on the board, their basic aim is protection of the public. So we look at it numerous times, everything that has come up. And because I said, we have this now as a standing agenda item, we've already started, okay, let's deal with the sedation thing first. That's the biggest thing that affects standard of care, that affects access to care, then that affects safety of the public. So we had this discussion this morning that our priority is safety. Access to care becomes a second priority, but there could be unintended consequences of whatever we do. But that's still our primary job is safety of the public. So we do take that seriously. No question about it.
So I've only been on the board a year and a couple months, and I volunteered to get on the board for public safety. I've been practicing for 42 years. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff happened before a lot of the board members were there, and it's going to give us great direction. But it's really tough to give up a day at work and come in and work so hard, hours looking through all this stuff on the weekends away from your family. And and be the whipping boy. It really is very tough. And a lot of the board members are getting very discouraged. And this is a voluntary thing, and they all have their heart in the right place. They all care about their patients. So I just want to leave you with that.
No, we would definitely have safety in mind. We just would need resources to do what we are tasked to do, so that we also want to go home feeling that we've accomplished something rather than just sit around the table. So
Thank you for your time that you put into it. Having worked in child welfare, I get it. I get the problems, but take responsibility, show the public that you are going to follow through, and then you won't be the whipping boy.
absolutely, yes,
Representative
thank you.
Gould. Representative True?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you tell me, I think I heard you say you meet like once a month, something like that. Why are you meeting once a month? And when you do meet, what are you doing? There must be a reason somebody called for your board to meet. Or is it?
They do it every month.
So we're meeting once a month to address either the complaints that are coming through, or the board audit report, or the new dentist or the new hygienist, or any other rule change. We're constantly working on rule changes because we all know it takes a while. You initiate something today, it takes almost a year for it to come around. So we're meeting constantly to either make things better or deal with anything that's coming up.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt, you had another question?
I do. So one of the things I'm most concerned about is the repetitive statement that you're doing things without statutory authority. You're creating new entities, you're creating new procedures and so forth and so on, where you have no statutory authority. That should be the concern, major concern of this committee. So my question is, in those cases where that has been criticized, what are you doing in terms of proposals to the legislature for statutory authority?
So what the board committee is identifying, the board audit report is identifying as a body that we've created without having statutory authority is the ASEC, the Sedation Guideline Committee. And that was stated in the board's rules, and that's how it was created. We dissolved that once audit committee said you should have a legislatively created committee. So that committee has been dissolved for a long time now, since the time the audit committee has identified. And the legislation that the board is putting forth is to create that committee through a legislative process.
Is there a bill to do so?
Yeah, it's in the LSR stages, yes.
It's in the,
It's in the LSR stage. It is basically, LSR is filed, it's a Senate bill.
okay.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be seeing it once the Senate's through with it.
Thank you.
Representative Abar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last question for you. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
I would assume that you have a list of closeouts and some sort of plan. What is your time frame to have all of these complaints completely closed out and reported back?
I don't have a deadline as yet because we've just started working on this starting our first meeting today. I would say it'll probably take 5 years before we're ready.
Follow on?
Follow up.
Did you say 5 years to fix these problems?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you.
And I can at least assure you from my point of view, I don't know if you remember the old Seinfeld episode, but I have no anti-dentite sentiments, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to just add one thing as far as the timeline. One of the things that is something that none of us can change is just getting our bill in front of the Senate. We had to wait till November. I had to make phone calls to get it placed, and we were talking about some changes for the legislature for different things, and now we have to wait till next November. So the legislative process is all encompassing, as you guys know, for us, and that's why he said 5 years, is because it's taken us a while. We're not familiar with legislative part and getting bills, into the Senate, and we're working hard to do that. But we've got 2 bills in, and there's some other ones we'd like to get in. We're going to have to wait till next November.
Okay. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. I understand trying to get everything resolved can take a while, but according to the audit report, there's a number of things you're doing without statutory authority and ad hoc rules, and those are just not legal. And I'd like you to assure me that that stuff is going to stop really darn quick.
It already has.
That already has.
All of that, the rules and the,
Yep.
all right, thank you.
Glad to hear it. Representative Abar?
If you were to put a percentage, thank you, Madam Chair. If you were to put a percentage of the inadequacies that would be closed out, what would that percentage be? You've read the report, you have, you know in your minds, you've met with your board. This was typed November 7th by you guys after review of the audit. So you've met with your team twice. What percentage will be closed out without additional legislation?
If you see, most of the recommendations are to have legislative changes. Once the legislative changes go in, we would have to write rules about it because we don't know when the legislation is proposed, it goes in one way and comes out the other way. So I don't know what's going to happen. But we are hoping that the rules part would be done sooner than the legislative part. We would probably aim to do 100% of whatever can be done through rules, that do it sooner than later.
Yes, thank you. Representative Simon has a question.
Thank you so much. Recognizing that the board changes frequently and you guys are inheriting a great deal of the issues that you're facing. When it comes to interfacing with us and the legislation component of it, are you basically relying on OPLC to keep you abreast of legislative changes and updates that you need to comply with, or do you have your own systems for that?
No, so we rely on OPLC. That's one of the points we have. We only find out about legislation that has been enacted that's going to affect the practice of dentistry later. So we don't even know that we could have come and offered, if we knew there was a legislation pending and we had a thought, we could have come and offered testimony to that. But sometimes we only find, I shouldn't say sometimes, 100% of the time we only find out once it's gone through. So we rely totally on OPLC. Now the OPLC sends us every month or every 6 weeks, we get a report of, okay, this is the pending legislation that's coming up. But in the past, that was not the case.
Yeah, follow up.
Oh, excellent follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that because I'm assuming moving forward that you guys will keep much closer abreast of this stuff and make the changes. And I would be more concerned that you went astray from this point forward than that you had gone astray
Right.
before, just from an informational standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative Abar, you have a final question?
Yes, I do have one final question. It is for the auditing team as to their opinion of that percentage that could be fixed without legislation. This is a pretty thick binder. Thank you. And it is my final question, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
It's certainly plausible that most of this could be fixed through rules. That would obviously tell the board to discontinue and do a number of things that are not pinned by statute, but if they were inclined to do that, they could fix much of this, if not most of it.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for showing up and taking our questions. I would appreciate it if you could send us, after your board meeting, what your progress is, that from that, the minutes from that section of the board meeting, or even just the whole set, and we'll clip it, because we are concerned and we know you're working on it. We just like to let you know that somebody's looking at your progress.
So can I just say one thing to this gentleman?
Yes.
So since we have stopped ASEX, we're dead in the water. We have not been able to inspect any anesthesia a facility or provider. To me, that seems extremely dangerous. And we are literally dead in the water. We cannot do any inspections or anything else without this going forward. So I realize what you're saying, but what's happened in the interim is there, and I'm right now, very sensitive to the general anesthesia in the dental office. That is at a standstill right now. Just so you know, there's no inspections being done, and none of the people that are providing it are being inspected.
That's interesting. I don't understand. Does the board have the authority the board has the authority to supervise the practice of dentistry, correct?
Yep.
Do you need specific legislative authority to deal with?
Yep. That's what was, the ad hoc committee is what they took that away from us.
Well, I understand they took away the committee, but don't you the board as a whole, have that responsibility already?
So
I mean, it may be harder to do, I'm sure.
So the ASEC committee was the committee that was inspecting the dental offices. Once the ASEC was disbanded, we were told that there should be a RFA floated out to hire independent investigators who would go out and conduct those investigations. That took a while to be done. That was done. The investigators have been hired, but now OPLC is writing rules for their procedures about how will they submit paperwork, how will they get paid. So that is taking time. Everything takes time, and that's the situation we are in now, that okay, we can't do what we were doing. And so it's an unintended consequence. Not that somebody intended it to happen that way, but that's an unintended consequence that till the time that rule is not in place, they can't go out and do the inspection. So that's with
if I
OPLC.
may interpret it, you do have the responsibility and you accept it. You are just working out the details of how to accomplish it.
Correct. We're not there yet,
Okay,
but
well,
that's what's happening.
And I know, of course, that things always take longer than planned. Anyone else? All right, we will thank you again, and we will appreciate getting your reports on how you're doing on this, because
We'll
it's
do that.
important.
We'll make sure it comes through.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the
you.
committee.
All right. All right, it's your turn.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Lindsay Corney. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I thought I'd just start by giving kind of a bird's eye view of my perspective on the agency. For those of you who are not familiar with the agency was created in 2015 per the budget trailer, and I am the 5th Executive Director of the agency. That in and of itself has certainly created some turmoil, I think, over the years, and has certainly not helped the situation. But generally speaking, occupational licensure in New Hampshire has historically been managed by independent regulatory bodies or boards. Before 2015, all of these boards, well, I'm just going to speak very generally. All of the boards operated independently, kind of typically all over Concord, often in their own lease space with their own staff. The staff reported directly to these boards, who may or may not have convened a monthly meeting. Some boards don't meet monthly, some boards meet quarterly, some boards meet once a year, some, you can't ever get them to meet. So in any event, it was not... it was not a welcomed event, I'll just put that way, when OPLC was created, at least from the regulatory side. That's my perspective, is that particularly on the health side, boards and most importantly, the staff were not thrilled about being lumped together under one umbrella agency. And if you recall, that year the budget was passed in September, retroactive to July. So sometime in December, everybody was supposed to be in the same building together. And it was chaos. Just from a staffing standpoint, as well as people did not understand what the OPLC was supposed to be doing versus what the boards were supposed to be doing. And they really lacked a clear management structure, as well as internal controls, of course. So for many years, and by many I mean about 4 or 5, they continued to do what they continued to do. The staff all worked together with their individual boards. There were no changes. A few changes in terms of OPLC having, 2 division directors and executive director. We had one attorney throughout the agency for all 50-ish boards at the time. And really not a lot changed. In 2019, I started, I had the health division, and that had 34 boards, including the Board of Dental Examiners. I became interim ED in February of 2020, right around the time that obviously COVID happened. But in early 2020, it took us about 6 months to really understand that that the place was not working well. Obviously, the audit team had identified numerous issues throughout several audits of things that just weren't working well, namely the fact that there weren't any internal controls. From my perspective, it was hard to assess whether boards, particularly staff, were performing well. There was no data. There were, I could tell you nightmares. There were checks being left in drawers. There were a lot of bad things that were happening. So working with the governor's office, we decided to do an internal restructuring of the staff right around the time of COVID. So I tell you all of this so that you understand that OPLC and the boards have been through a lot of transition. We are not the same agency that we were even at the time period that the audit is intended to address. And there has been a significant lack of consensus, I think, across the years over what OPLC's role should be versus what the board's roles should be. And I think that lack of clarity has certainly contributed to some of the problems identified in the audit. But what are we going to do to address the audit findings? And I apologize, I have my phone here because I was at a medical appointment all evening, so I didn't have time to print it. Plus, I'm told there's a toner shortage, so I'm trying to be economical. But in any event, what we've done is we have a strategic plan, which I'll forward all of you, which really is intended to address all of these audit findings, in addition to all of the other audit findings, and really fix a lot of the major problems impacting OPLC and the boards. Because what you've seen in the dental board audit, you would see in every other audit of every other board. They are not unique. And I think part of that is because they are experts in their field. They're not expert regulators. And I think as time has gone on and as administration of an agency has become more complex, we are asking a lot of our experts in the field. And those things really should be performed by OPLC pursuant to rules and regulations and policies and procedures. So one of the primary findings, obviously, was a complete lack of internal controls, which I 100% concur with. And so that is definitely our strategic goal. Our first strategic goal is to fulfill all statutory and regulatory requirements. And some of the strategies that we're utilizing is, first, we created a position of internal controls and contracts administrator who is essentially at first just inventorying all of the requirements that we have to meet in order to comply with the audit recommendations for all of the audits dating back to, I think it's 2012, we have outstanding audits. And she is going to be utilizing the guideline established by DAS, Department of Admin Services, in order to document our progress and help us put into place a plan in order to meet the recommendations. But what we're doing now is inventorying all statutory and regulatory requirements. And so far we've done it for a handful of boards, and I can tell you we have not been doing everything that we need to be doing. And so we're going through each one of the boards in order to first identify what are the statutory requirements. Do we have rules in place that implement those statutory requirements, and do we have policies and procedures? And so that's what we're doing. And I estimate across the agency, it will likely take us through 2024. I'm really trying to do it as expeditiously as possible because at the same time we're working on a procurement of a new licensing portal, and I want to make sure what goes in is accurate and that we're not putting items or requirements into the new licensing portal that's not actually required.
Okay, excuse me, we have a question?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to interrupt. I just recall going through the report, I saw a few instances where the board stated, or I'm sorry, where the auditors stated that the board needed more public members. And I recall over the pandemic, particularly you testifying that many boards were having that difficulty. And I was just curious if that has eased any. Have you seen more people from the public being willing to serve on this and other boards?
I think we've seen greater increase in the number of professionals seeking board membership because we've changed our process for trying to market and obtain. But public members are often difficult to find because the people that we have to communicate with are professionals. So we rely often on word of mouth, and we have not seen an increase in the interest in public participation, unfortunately.
Yes. I do hope, Director, that while you're looking at all these requirements, if you find a bunch of them that have not been implemented for years, you suggest we get rid of them?
Oh, of course.
Thank you, because I'm sure there are some. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Please bear with a new person here. Does your office handle licensure for all of the medical professions, from physicians to dentists, pardon me, nurses?
Yes, we have all of them with the exception of EMTs. That's with Department of Safety. There is health facility licensure. That's with Department of Health and Human Services. But for the most part, we have all of them.
And did I understand that I heard earlier you have a staff of 5?
No, that's just for the group that Dental's in.
Oh,
So
okay.
right now, we have 24 licensing staff. I have several open positions because I just created new temporary positions. We have a total authorized workforce of 126.
Thank you.
So we're working on inventorying requirements, and that's the initial stage. And we're taking it in chunks because of our need to procure a new licensing portal. So we're really focusing on both the renewal and the initial licensure requirements, trying to get that inventoried prior to the inventorying of other requirements. But that is our focus, and I anticipate it'll take a couple of years, just because it's a lot of work, and unfortunately, or fortunately, because I want to get it accurate, I have our attorneys working on doing that initial assessment as to what's required and what's not required. Because a lot of the issues that that exist are because people didn't know any better and they just created processes, or they interpreted the law incorrectly, and they just created a procedure or did something. And so we're relying on our legal staff to do that initial inventory to determine what we have to do and what we don't have to do. So our second strategic goal is to enhance customer service. Obviously, I consider that to fall within the scope of what we're supposed to be doing as a state agency. And our focus here is to really procure a new licensing solution that will enable customer service. And I think what this gets to is it's all intertwined. So we need to have internal controls in place to ensure that we are asking people to perform tasks that they are required to perform in order to obtain a license. And for example, I personally just inventoried the Board of Medicine requirements, licensure requirements. I can tell you that was a 27-step process, and that took almost a year for a physician to get licensed. They were asking for over 50% of the requirements were not called for in statute or rules, so we got rid of that. We got it down to 5 steps, and with documented policies and procedures, now we're seeing applications go through in a reasonable time frame of what's required by 541A. So that's great. But we're going to be working with DOIT. We received some ARPA funding in order to procure a new licensing solution that will, I think, address some of the IT concerns, particularly the auditing capabilities that you may notice in the report. That's an enterprise solution that was procured by DOIT. So we will see that on the horizon over the next year or so. we'll be implementing a new licensing solution.
Excuse me. You say you're doing it board by board, essentially.
Yes.
Could I ask what your priority is or how you're choosing which ones to do next?
Yes. We are prioritizing based on impact to the public. So, for example, physician licensure has been taking upwards of a year. We have a large number of physician applications. Given the workforce issues, we decided to focus on physician. I personally focused on physician licensure. I have somebody else working on nursing licensure. And then I'm separately working on funeral because, well, that doesn't impact the public. I think Steve would have a field day over here with that one. So we're trying to get ahead of that situation and make sure that they're following the rules. But it's generally the impact to the public.
Okay. I hope the Board of Mental Health Practice is high on the list because I remember you saying that a large percentage of their licenses are emergency licenses.
Yes, that is true.
Madam Chair, can you please repeat what you said just previously? Which one was a total mess? You said one's a total mess, and having a field day. What was that?
That was the Board of Registration of Funeral Directors and Embalmers, and they are
Thank you.
they're collaborating with us. They're coming to the table. One of the issues that we identified was that they don't have a renewal application. So in the past, in order to renew, a board member would just call somebody and go and do an inspection, and oftentimes their license had already expired, but it was fine because the board member couldn't get to it, and the board member was collecting the money and then holding on to them. I mean, so we're remedying those issues, but those are the issues that we're finding when we're conducting this inventory, both of statute, rule, but also existing process. And I do want to mention that unlike creating other agencies where you can start fresh, creating OPLC had a different challenge in the sense that we inherited a lot of workflows and the staff at times were hostile to having oversight, and there was some information hoarding going on. So we asked the questions and we asked the questions again, and then maybe on the fifth time we actually understand what's actually going on. So that is part of the challenge. But I will say that we've turned the staff over, which has been pretty positive, about 80% since I started, and everybody's very excited to really comply with the law, which is the goal, right? So,
Representative Blackus of the neighbor.
Thank you. So I can kind of see how you got where you are. I wasn't involved, when OPLC got created, and I have to admit I have not read all the statutes on this. But let me express kind of my vision of where it should end up, and tell me if this is, in fact, what you're trying to do. And that is that, all the processing of applications for new things and renewals and reports of complaints and all that would go through OPLC, and I would think you'd have staff working for OPLC that would, package up a set of agenda items for a board only for the decisions that need the professional's expertise, and that any licensing or renewal requirements which are laid out clearly in statute and don't require that kind of analysis would happen automatically, and that the only thing the licensing boards would do would be to be presented with these decisions to make that require their expertise, and maybe, do planning as the profession changes and, what might be needed in the future. Is that reasonable, or am I off base?
yes, that's precisely what I think the difference in roles should be. I would like the board members to spend more time engaging in forward-thinking policy analysis as opposed to the day-to-day stuff that is required of them by statute. Additionally, my position is that licensing should not contain subjective elements. There are always going to be those one-offs with criminal history checks that requires judgment that certainly beyond a matrix, the board can take a look at that. But from a workforce standpoint, we just can't wait, 30, 60 days for people to convene meetings. So that structure doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. My question is that you have a number of boards that you are reviewing and looking at as a result of this one audit. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's a result of the one audit. I would say that the audit has helped inform, provide a path forward. But to be honest with you, a lot of the issues that were identified were issues that we had already identified and we're already working on. This is just providing us with a clear roadmap.
Understood. Follow-on question, Madam Chair. The just more of a comment, hearing that we're creating positions, we're getting temporary attorney help. This will be a cost to the taxpayers for something that should have been done all along. Is that correct?
No, OPLC is self-funded by licensure fees. So we don't rely on the general fund or taxes. And we're required to spend our funding on licensure, agency activities. We have not, we have been able to utilize existing funds. Historically, we've lapsed a substantial sum to the general fund. So creating these additional temporary positions did not impact anything other than our lapse to the general fund.
I was just confused by the ARPA. Thank you.
Person Gerhard?
Madam Chair, thank you. Now, if this is totally outside, I'm just ignorant of this and I'm concerned. I know some nurses and I know doctors were put under pressure not to prescribe certain treatments and all that, and the boards came after them. And now we're hearing that, well, I'm hearing at least, that the boards have some issues to begin with internally. Is there anything to check the power of the boards as far as you're concerned, or their decisions are gold and then everything else just, do you follow?
So yes, I think we are both independent agencies. There's a question I'm waiting on a legal opinion for. There's one part of our RSA that talks about supervision of rulemaking activities, but beyond that, we are just independent regulatory agencies, but we're both subject to oversight, legal oversight of DOJ. And one of the things that we've done is ensure that an attorney is present in every board meeting, because we'd rather proactively prevent things from going the wrong way rather than cleaning up a mess. And so our expectation is that if those concerns arose, that that the Attorney General's office would provide that oversight. That's the only mechanism that I'm aware of for oversight of either agency.
All right, thank you.
Well, in some cases, the scope of practice is specified in statute. In which case it's.
In all cases, scope of practice rule govern what they can do and can't do.
So yes, the scope of practice, what they can do and can't do. The fine interpretation you're talking about, though, is not something that probably would be in statute. Representative Velakis.
I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but ultimately, if somebody has a dispute with what the board's doing, it's a matter of taking them to court, right?
Yes. You can always appeal to the Supreme Court if you have an adverse decision, or certainly seek a declaratory ruling or something like that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Excellent. So then our third strategic goal, and again, I'll circulate this, as well as our annual report. I think there was a question earlier about the number of complaints that had gone to adjudication. That's captured on our annual report. So I'll circulate that as well. But our third strategic goal would be to increase licensure portability. And I wanted to highlight, because we're talking about the audit, is that we are looking to collaborate with and assist boards to reduce and streamline regulations. A couple of boards come to mind, not necessarily dental, but where there's just a lot of regulations, and it's very difficult, I think, even for attorneys to navigate through. So it's not necessarily what's written, but how it's written, that we're hoping to collaborate with the boards on, and in particular to help them redraft all of their rules. Back in the day, a lot of the rules were drafted by their staff, who may have been, mid-labor grade level person, and or board member, and maybe there's a better way to articulate what they're looking to do. And then finally, for our fourth strategic goal is we'd like to help the boards promote public protection. And we have been trying to procure an enforcement case management system to track enforcement trends, promote timely processing of enforcement cases, and ensure consistency and outcome since I started in 2019. We have a path forward. We're going to work that into our procurement of our licensing portal so that all information is captured in the same database. The goal being that obviously it's completely unacceptable for an agency to lose track of cases. That is the sole purpose, really, of a regulatory board, is to promote public protection and respond to complaints. So we have a system in place now, but it's quite rudimentary with our Excel spreadsheet. So we'd like to migrate to something that allows for a little bit more robust analysis, so that the boards can see trends. You know, if they are seeing trends in, let's say, opioid prescriptions are too high or something to that effect, then maybe they can be proactive about continuing education and really be proactive instead of reactive in their regulation. So again, I expect the internal controls piece to take approximately 2 years through 2024, at least on the licensing side, because we're hoping to have our system migrated at that point in time, and therefore we need to have internal controls in place. But it's going to be an ongoing process of really evaluating, conducting risk assessments, making sure that we have the appropriate staff in place. And I think, you know, if we had adequate internal controls in place, we probably could reduce the size of our staff. I think the issue that we have right now is just that we don't have one streamlined approach, and that's our goal. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the OPLC, the audit, or anything else.
All right, last one. Just thank you, Madam Chair. You said you want to reduce the size of your staff.
I didn't say I wanted to.
Well, it could be done.
I
So-
said yes. I just want to be clear.
Okay, understood. But, so the staff is paid for by licensing fees.
Yes.
So that would be a reduction in licensing fees, or that money would go elsewhere for.
It could be reallocated. It depends on, a lot of our staff are performing very basic manual, data entry, for example. So there are some things that we're exploring, software, robots, that sort of thing that ensure 100% accuracy that actually would be. So there are, and obviously this would be done through attrition, but as you all know, that it's very difficult right now for the state to find individuals interested in working for the state. Every agency has about a 20% vacancy rate. So if we could fill those gaps with technology and streamline processes and procedures. And I'll give you this example. So for complaints, OPLC just promulgated a set of rules to govern the administration of complaints. Prior to that, every board had their own set of rules, and they were all different. And so the 3 attorneys that litigated before all of those boards had to know 50-something sets of rules, and that obviously takes them a lot more time. So by streamlining that process, we can reduce administrative burden. We may not need to hire a 4th attorney, for example, because they're not focusing on that administrative task.
All right, thank you.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it not true that a lot of your staff would be shared between boards so that you would, particularly in the health field, so that if you would not need an extra staff person for the dental board, perhaps they might be needed on the nursing board?
Yes, all of our staff are shared. Previously, they were not, and we felt that was, we would have some boards renew in, let's say, June. In August, the staff would be twiddling their thumbs. Meanwhile, the people renewing nursing would be, running around trying to get things done. We didn't find that to be the best use of resources, so all staff are shared so that we can make sure that people are being productive, but we're meeting the needs of, but certainly, yes, Representative.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question regarding about what percentage of complaints that come in would you say are for abuse of clients?
Not many. I would say we typically see that more in the mental health category, and it's usually boundaries issues, sexual related conduct. We also see that in massage therapy, actually, quite frequently, and occasionally with body art. But those are the ones. Dr. Kochar is absolutely correct that for dental complaints, it's often, disputes between patient and like contract disputes.
Okay, thank you. So if in the case there was an abuse, follow up? I'm new, I'm learning the process here. In the case there was an abuse complaint, whether it was with the dental board or other aspects of your office, what would happen in the event you had to wait a month? I heard you talk about the concern, and that was my concern when we were hearing, but I'm a hammer. I worked in abuse and neglect, so that's why I'm asking these questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So during the audit period that was surveyed, there was not a good process for review of complaints and investigations. Dr. Kochar touched upon that. It was done through DOJ. I would like to say that our process has significantly improved. We have the Division of Enforcement at OPLC that handles all of these. And per the new rules that were in place, when we receive a complaint, we look at it the same day. And if it's something alleging abuse or neglect, it's immediately flagged as a potential emergency. Our staff conduct a mini investigation just to substantiate the allegation, often within 24 hours. And if it is deemed to be substantiated, they send a memo to the board admin, who gets on the phone with the board chair, who calls an emergency meeting, which can be conducted pursuant to 91A. I would say that emergency meetings occur most often in nursing with the diversion of drugs.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think you've managed to exhaust us and flood
Excellent.
us with knowledge.
Thank you.
We'll
Appreciate
be
your time.
resting up to attack you in the later meetings,
I
I'm
look
sure.
forward to it. And also, if any of you have questions or would like to know more, I'll circulate my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me directly. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, we will be seeing Director Courtney again and again. So, all right. Well, I think
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if you think this is the appropriate time, but perhaps you and Representative Schmidt could give particularly the new members a little overview of the administrative rules process and how long it can take.
Longer than most sensible people think it ought to is the usual answer. The thing is, we as a legislature delegate to many of our agencies our lawmaking authority by telling them to write rules which have the effect of law. It turns out that when we think of it, we think that, yes, we'll tell you what the requirements are and you'll fill out the pettifogging little details needed to do it. But sometimes we leave them a lot of scope and they get creative. The rules, when written, are reviewed by the Administrative Rules Office, which is a set of attorneys which verifies that they do not exceed their authority to write rules and that they comply with the rule writing process, which is exhaustively detailed in RSA 541A. You can read it sometime if you have insomnia. All rules are then go before a committee, that is the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, which looks at all of the rules and determines that they are not only legal, don't cost too much, and are in the public interest. And it's exhaustive process, but it needs to be done because, as I said, it's our obligation to make the laws. And when we delegate it, we have to oversee the people who are making it on our behalf. So that's the GELCAR meets. It has 10 members, 5 senators, 5 representatives, and a number of alternates. It meets every month in this room, usually on Fridays, and it looks at these rules and normally approves them. The rules can be objected to, but only on the grounds that they exceed their authority, cost too much, or are not in the public interest. I think that's the main one, right, Peter?
No, I would say the two primary things, because the cost aspect and the public interest they're always there, but that's seldom. The two main criteria pillars are can't exceed legislative authority. In other words, they can't go off on their own, just decide whatever they would like to do. It has to be to implement the statute. And the second thing is it cannot be contrary to legislative intent. Okay?
Yes. So that committee looks at the rules, and if they believe it does not meet legislative intent, they can object to it, which will either induce the agency to make a change, or if they don't want to make a change, it means they do not have they have the burden of proof of proving that the rule is worthwhile, rather than having it being assumed that they're correct. If it's really objected to, that committee can bring forth a resolution to the House, usually first, and ban the rule from going into effect. So,
Yeah, I think you have to give them at least an example of what you're talking about.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's kind of all.
it's kind of
over there.
vague, yes.
So we had a smoking ban for bars and restaurants 10 years ago, okay? It was recognized by the agency that was going to enforce this, that if you didn't have any sanction for a violation, it was going to be ignored. The statute was going to be ignored. So the agency put in a $50 fine, okay? But there was no legislative authority for a fine. And so that particular thing was objected to by the GELCAR, and the agency said, we realize we don't have any authority, but if you don't have a hammer, they're just going to ignore the statute, okay? So they went through the policy committee, which proceeded to authorize, change the law to give them the authority to put in the administrative fine.
No.
So that's an example of overreach.
No.
Something for which there was no legislative authority. And so the committee said, no, you object. And the agency said, we understand we don't have any authority, but get it. Won't work otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Generally, the GELCAR objects once or twice a year to a rule.
So
It's
that's-
not common. More commonly, we talk about it, say we don't like this, and bully the agency into making the changes we want. That's but when the one that I remember was we had a state malpractice insurance fund that the insurance department decided was unnecessary, and they decided to lapse several $100 million back to the general fund, which was in dire need at that point, of course. And so they wrote a rule to do so. The GELCAR said, well, you can't do that. It's not the general fund's money because it was collected by insurance payments by all of the doctors in question. So we objected to it, and it went to the legislature, and it was upheld. And the money was in fact returned to the people who'd paid into the insurance. But that was we do give refunds. In fact, That's something that we noticed the last time, is that the veterinary, I think it was the veterinary board, had been, their rules had expired, and they can't enforce a fee if it's, they can't enforce a rule if it has expired. So they are in the process of sending back the registration fees for the people who sent them in during the period the rules were expired. So that's an unusual thing, but it happens. All right. Anyone else have a comment? Okay, good. I'll stop talking. Thank you all and for showing up on a Monday. We will have our first hearings on Wednesday and then some on Thursday. So I'll see you then.